Hi everybody, welcome to the Prague International Chess Festival. We have another day here. We're getting very close to the finals of the tournament, and very soon we're gonna have the winners in all the three categories as well as in the open section. Overall we have 4 events running right now. The key matchup today is on this board. Jordan Van Forest is taken with black pieces. Nodirbek, Abdusattorov, those are 2 leaders. Van Forest is a half a point ahead of Abdusattorov and David Navara. Yesterday, David Navara and Van Forest, they made a draw and kept their positions there. Also, Abdusattorov made the draw against his countryman and probably friend Yakuboyev. So this is gonna be the center of our attention today. Let's see how the match will turn out. So the first board of the Masters and the first board of the Challengers is out there, and the first board of the Futures is over here. So this triangle of the first board is over here in the center. So the spectators are seated there and they can directly see all the action. Coming now to the Futures tournament, we have Benjamin Kledura, very experienced grandmaster. He's facing young star from Czech Republic, and this is Finaki tournament for already 3 rounds. Is that 3 rounds? Maybe even 4 rounds. And he's a point ahead of the second place. Let's see what he gonna bring today with white pieces. Now let's go to the other side of the room and look at the pairings what we have. Here we have a group photo of the Futures. As always, they have most of the fun. The girls are cute. They are having the time of their lives here, so cute, and they enjoy so much this tournament. David Navara is, of course, as always, early for the board. Here we have a photo situation. We have a participant from Italy over here, and she just made a photo against Yakuboyev, and we have also parents here with us. That is really amazing. So out of 10 masters, we have already 2 in the house waiting for the others. You guys probably noticed that Gukesh is always the last person walking in the venue. He's gonna playing here on this board with black pieces. He will take Parham Maksodlu. These 2 don't really have the best tournament as we expect them to have, but the last rounds are so important for everyone. And on the other side of the board, the room, we have Yakuboyev already getting ready with black pieces against Aravin. Aravin, I have suspicious that he might be the winner and author of the best game of the previous round, because he won this nice game against Gukesh. And every day we are voting. In the end of the day, we are voting for the best game in all the sections. You guys can go ahead and check it out, Prague Chess Festival website, and vote for the best game. So let's move a little bit around who we have here. A lot of people, so many well-known faces in this area. So we have more and more players joining us. As you may remember, this is the door where the players are walking into, and also the players' lounge is there. So I have noticed that most of the players, when they are passing through the walk hall, then they are going to grab some water, sometimes coffee, and then they are coming here. We have Zhujiner joining right now, the playing venue. A lot of journalists also would like to make the photo hunt for the best shots. The playing venue is I think already half full, no, more full than half. Everyone is ready. The participants of the open tournaments are obviously here as well, getting ready, starting to focus. I have never played myself the open tournament alongside with the world superstars. That would be a really good experience, I guess. Maybe next year I'm gonna try my best to compete there, but obviously not this year. And yeah, once again, the kids have the fun in this round as always. They are from the different countries, but I've noticed that they are pretty good in English. That's one thing that we have to mention. We can maybe get close and just see what they're doing. And they are also just like teaching each other different languages, how to say hello in their own languages. So we have representatives from Italy, from Czechia, from Germany, Switzerland, Poland, and more in the Futures tournament. Yeah, so that's it. We are now having more guests. And I think we're about to start. Let me check the clock. 2 minutes before the start. We have a special guest here to make the announcements. We have also the best player of a round. My bet is Aravin. And we're going to see this. So our special ambassador of the tournament, the world champion in the beach volleyball, is also here. He has made the opening game against Gukesh at the opening ceremony, and he's back today. So I assume he will make another first ceremonial move, and let's see where it is going to happen. Let's go to check out how your Don Van Forest is doing. He's the leader of this tournament for a few days. And let's check. He got the glass of water for himself already and signing the filling the score sheet. A lot of cameras around him. Obviously, he's quite focused, and yeah, it must be a little bit tough to, concentrate on the board with so many people around, so many noise, cameras, everything. But I assume they are ready for it, and maybe even they like it. We don't know. So we are just a step behind the start of the round. I think 1 minute to go, and we also have some of the officials joining right now. We can take a look. We have Divya joining, Abdusattorov coming to the venue, Aravin, and also Niemann, Vincent Keymer. I don't say Niemann. Gukesh is also walking, and it is Hans Niemann who is the last man walking into playing venue from the Masters, as I don't really see him. Yeah, he should come here on the sport. We're gonna see him for sure. It's not a chance that he will not come, and I think it's time to say bye from here and see you from the venue.
Dobré, dámy a pánové, vítám vás zde na startu 7. kola Pražského mezinárodního šachového festivalu.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the beginning of the 7th round of the Prague International Czech Festival.
Cena za včerejší partii, nejhezčí partii včerejšího kola, o kterou jste hlasovali, a můžete ji tak dělat dál vždy přes naše webové stránky. Takže za 6. kolo vítězem Aravind Chidambaram. Gratulujeme.
The prize for the best game of the previous round goes to Aravind Chidambaram. You can vote for the prize every day.
A je mi opět ctí zde přivítat našeho, ani bych neřekl speciálního hosta, je to světový šampion v beach volleyballu Ondřej Perušič.
And it's my great honor to welcome here the world champion in beach volleyball, Ondřej Perušič,
který je také tváří letošního našeho festivalu. Dnes provede úvodní tah v partii Davida Navary a Hanse Niemanna a taky si zahraje svoji vážnou životní partii v Open turnaji. Takže přeju ke všem těmto krokům to nejlepší.
who is also a face of this year's edition of the festival. He's going to make the first move, the ceremonial first move in the game of David Navara and Hans Niemann, and he also goes to play in the Open tournament today, so we wish him good luck. And the last one announcement before the start of the round, our great tournament director celebrates his birthday today, so we would like to wish him happy birthday and give him a small gift to commemorate the previous editions of the event and to wish him good luck in organizing the next events.
Okay, and now, after all, please start your clock.
Welcome everyone, welcome to the 7th round of the Prague International Festival. The moves have started to appear on the chessboards. We had just a small ceremony for Petr Boleslav, the director, who is having a birthday today, so big congratulations for him and all the best in future years, and it's a nice occasion to celebrate this birthday in a special role as tournament director. I was also aware that we have Andrej Perušić, who was world beach volleyball champion, and as Katie has mentioned, he was playing a friendly game at the opening ceremony, and today he's here to check the games. Chess aficionado, 1900 rated on chess.com, which is super nice. Unfortunately, he has ended his career, but that means he will have some more time for chess. And we have games. We can show you the standings and pairings of today's round. This is standing after round 6. Jordan van Forest, who is having an incredible streak and is leading the tournament. David Nara, last seeded player in this event, but playing very well. One of the games of his games we can call game of the tournament, sharing place with Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who seems to be well determined to show that he is the one who should have been qualified to the candidates. He's very eager to show to the world how strong he is, and David Anton doing very well. Then we have Parham recovering a bit, but of course the main story of the tournament is Gukesh Dommaraju being last. Sounds bad for the world champion, but he has achieved so many things till his 19th birthday, so we can just congratulate him for all his fantastic achievements, and I'm sure that he will fight back. Today we have interesting pairings as always, but especially interesting since Abdusattorov is playing the leader, which will give him a chance to overtake him. David Navarra is playing against Hans Niemann, who is not having a great tournament, but is putting a really hard effort in all his games. Yesterday, the longest game of the day against Vincent Keymer, who is playing against David Anton Hikaru. Vincent is struggling with the black pieces, but is ever danger with the white pieces. Parham Maksudlu, we will see, will he try to exploit Gukesh bad tournament, and then Aravin versus Yakuboyev. So let's go to the games, let's check the moves. Katie is here. Katie in the playing hall. Is always nice to be.
Yeah, it is always nice to be so close to the players, and always we have so much spectators, so much journalists, and it is really nice, festive atmosphere in the room.
Yeah, let's check the moves. Let's have a mosaic view, multiple screen, where we can see that we have this hyper accelerated dragon, bishop b3. I will just show you one trick in that game immediately. Here the worst move in the position is knight a5, and please don't play it. This is Fischer versus Reshevsky, which was famous due to the e5. If you take on b3, e takes f6, and after knight a1, this rook is hanging with 2 pieces for the rook. White is much better because black cannot defend on the dark squares. This bishop should belong on g7. If he can retreat it, then there will be some chance. And here after e takes f6, if black takes on f6, a b3, different story, but the same evaluation here, a piece up. So here after e5 it's necessary to go knight e8, and now we see why this move is bad, because it takes space for black's queen, and now comes fantastic trick which was executed by none other than Bobby. And here the point after rook f7, knight e6, and x-raying the queen, and queen is trapped, no available squares, so this wins. And if you take with the king, then another trick, so it goes in the same fashion. D takes, loses a queen, and after king e6, queen d5, king f5, g4, you take, rook g1, king h5. Now e6 doesn't win because of rook f5, and f3 square is not available, but queen d1 just does the job. And this is a famous miniature. Reshevsky leave his queen and prize and lost the game anyway. So after bishop b3, don't play knight a5. I was mainly analyzing queen a5. The idea is to force, actually players who are playing this accelerated dragon, they want one detail is the point is to postpone d6, and if white goes for like f3 castles, queen d2, then black goes d5, which is a known line with the pawn on d6 and king in the castle. So here this is the point, and you don't want to play position with bishop f4 castles, bishop b3 d6, because players who are playing accelerated dragon, they are not dragon players, and they don't want to play a normal dragon. So here I think the point is somehow to get white into the short castle, and that's why after bishop b3, queen a5 is a move. Sometimes after f3, d5 is possible to play, and then when you take knight b4 and that kind of stuff. Well, I think after queen d2 we can maybe ask our viewers. How about you, Katie? You have always great eye for tactics. You're a sharp player. Do you see some continuation for black?
I see an idea. It should be connected with e4, d4 pieces. There's too much
Hanging stuff.
Yeah, hanging and pins. There's also this knight on c3 and a queen and a king on this diagonal. So I would say something connected with knight e4, knight takes e4.
Exactly.
Then we can trade the queens and then take the knight on d4.
But the thing is, this actually does the job. But the problem is, if you go knight e4, then there is this intermezzo knight c6. Yeah. So sometimes we tend to see the tactics. Of course, if that would be your game, rapid even, maybe even blitz, you will just check and recheck. Is there any other options for your opponent? So here it's important to, if I'm not mistaken, to take first on d4, and then if queen takes, then knight g4, and ever important, bishop on e3 is crucial in those setups, King's Indian, Knight of Sicilians. So white doesn't want to separate with the bishop, and here now after bishop d4 there is knight e4, and now there is no knight c6 stuff, and this is better for black. So small details, but it's important to mention them, because of course top players, they won't get into those two traps, but I think for our viewers level mostly it's quite
very nice
instructive.
traps. Yeah, very likely we will not see this happening, but never bad to know such kind of ideas because all these players, they also started knowing these drops, and I'm sure most of them have actually won a lot of games based a lot of drops in the openings. We have a new move by Van for us, and this is pawn to a5 to get some space advantage.
Yeah, the
I
point
assume.
is to combine this with. So if I push a4, white takes because white is controlling it twice and black only once, but I can combine it with knight e4 stuff. For example, and now if you take with the bishop, I can take on e4, and this is how I exploit these tactics. a5 is a normal also line. Here there is even some super subtle stuff like rook e8, right, e6. Of course it's possible to enter the dragon with d6. By the way, I was always told that it's a dragon, Sicilian, because this bishop on g7 is a dragon, like splitting this fire, but it's not. They say it's connected with stars, that this pawn structure is actually something you can see on sky at some point. So it's connected with,
I understand that.
yeah, with pawns, not with the bishop. And actually this is something not many people are mentioning, right?
Yeah, I
Dragon, and everyone say I have this dragon on
bishop,
g7.
yeah. I like that version though, better than the pawn structure and the stars. Yeah,
It
true.
depends if you're romantic or not. And do you prefer dragon or
Do you
stars?
prefer stars? Yeah. You have an
Okay,
option.
maybe some players can, maybe if they want to, they have someone who is nice and they want to approach, maybe to some storytelling about it.
No,
Do you
don't
play
do
dragon?
No, don't do that, guys.
Okay. Fair enough, Katie. And now we have a super normal position. I can switch to second one. Similar like this, just an opening face. Come on, give me a break. What's going on?
What?
I
king
think we
is
should
doing?
fix those DGT boards. Something is wrong, so please. But Vincent is well-known freestyle player, so
What's wrong?
how did he make it? What's going on? I was told that the king should not go in front of your pieces. This is something which, as I said, I was told and pointed out from my coaches that king should stay behind your pieces. So this is a new approach. King on f3. Really? So probably I was explaining this dragon stuff, being super excited, and I was not checking chat, and suddenly people are writing, move from that boring game, and I was so happy showing those tricks and tips. Moving from that boring game, go to this one.
No, they cannot because we are 15 minutes ahead of them, so that's
Yeah.
not possible. You guys, we should mention that we do have 15 minutes delay for our broadcast. So our communication is not live, and that's because of the fair play measurements. If you want to have live commentary, you can visit us in Prague. Don Giovanni Hotel is basically occupied by the chess players and the chess commentaries we have in Czech and also in English. And as we have been informed, there are a lot of streams on YouTube, many languages, in German, in Uzbekistan, in also we know that ChessBase India is also following, and many more. So you can take a look around. But if you want the live action, then you know the location already.
Yeah, if you want to see something from the playing hall, like Katie just did, then I always like this intro because you could grasp the atmosphere a bit better, and we have so many cameras. Our technical team is there to cover any angle, so I believe that this broadcast
Let's
was
take a
watched.
look at the move 6 and check it out when the sacrifice has happened.
So 3 knights or Berlin, then d3, bishop c5. Usually, Aronian was saying that if you have a chance to place your bishop on c5, do it. So bishop c5, bishop c6, that's quite known, and then came this g4 with a sack, but I didn't know the follow-up that... Okay, this f5, actually I think I saw this, but f4, this bishop f3 and f4 is something I haven't seen for a while, maybe never.
I actually see in the database the game between Anish Giri and Aryan Tari played 2021. And these players are actually following, because in that game...
Where was it played? Was it some real classical tournament, or...
Let me try.
Or it was something...
It was...
Okay, never
Sorry,
mind.
I don't have the information. Oh,
Yeah.
here maybe?
Never mind.
Yeah, I don't have.
It's not so important. So the idea is obvious. White thinks that by collecting that piece and running away with his king, that this piece advantage, a piece versus two pawns, will start to tell. And black is counting that he will go to the long castle, start rolling his pawns, g5, h5, g4, and that at some point he will recover a piece back.
So let's check it out what happened in this game that we mentioned earlier, Giri-Tari. So it turned out that after g5, white went here, bishop to c3. And black went for bishop to f6. We had knight to d2, queen to e7, rook went on h1, h5 has been played, king g2, g4 has been played. Sorry, king e2, I said wrongly. King e2, g4, f3, g3, and the game lasted longer, and white managed to put the pieces together and then overtake black, and actually Aryan Tari won that game. We have a deviation in this game, right?
Yeah. Instead of this concept of bishop f6, queen e7, here black went for queen d6 instantly. By the way, thanks for the coffee, Sotiris.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I
guys,
need so
we need
much
some
for this coffee.
Yeah, because already
Thank
things
you.
have started super serious.
Yes.
And
That's okay.
and we are always we have nice treatment of our team, so thanks for that. And
Energy.
it helps a bit. Yeah, players are also consuming some water, some...
Oof, they do have
coffee.
also a lot of like snacks. They would share that. We saw that we found the 2 bottles of water that Gukesh is keeping because he's consuming a lot of water during the game. We have seen Hans Niemann and also Max Orlu having coffee. This is very tough, guys. It's not only one game, but I just cannot even imagine the level of the preparation and the tense they have each round. There's no easy round. There's no any round that you go easy with the opponents. For instance, the player who has the bad tournament, if you are happy to face this person, is Gukesh. So it's a world champion. You cannot really be happy with that either. So this kind of events are energy consuming, and of course any type of help would be helping the players. So in this game we have already queen to d6, right? This is a deviation.
By the way, we haven't touched this actually at all. So if I'm not mistaken, Gukesh was mentioning that he had some sports psychologist helping him for the world championship match.
Yes.
So I'm curious, is he still working with him, because this is a critical situation. You're a world champion. You're at the last place, losing so many games. So I'm curious now. Will he mention later? Was there some help from his side? Because of course, we also want to hear. It's not only about the winning. It's also about tough situation.
This is my prediction, but I think he has calls on maybe even every day to talk with his team, and he spends a lot of time to take care of his mental health. We know that.
It would be interesting to hear which kind of approach they took, because he's obviously having a tough time here.
He's having a tough time. I wish he shares that. But for the moment, we never had a chance to interview him. Mostly we are focusing to interview the players who is winning the game. That's most logical. And unfortunately, this is round 7, and Gukesh has not won his game yet. So hopefully, when he scores the game, we'll have an opportunity to speak with him. But somehow, some players tend to be very open and share a lot of things about them, and some people are more secretive and they're trying to keep this kind of information at this moment for themselves. And which is quite understandable, right? You don't want to tell your opponents how you are working on your weaknesses. He has a huge match coming up. World Championship match. No matter who is the candidate, it's never the wrong candidate, right? Anyone who wins the candidate tournament will be the one who he will be facing. So that's going to be really long run for Gukesh.
Yeah, but as I always mentioning, we are trying to provide you some additional info. There are many broadcasts which are going on online from afar, from a distance, using maybe cameras or games. But here we are on the face of the place, and we can maybe give you some insight. So as I said, I'm very curious what is situation now with his team and how they are trying to cheer him up.
What I have noticed about Gukesh earlier in the rounds, he had the lunch and the dinner in the general restaurant that all of us are using, and also the other players are using. But I've noticed that last 2 rounds, I don't see him for the dinner. His second is also here. Gajewski, I have seen him at the dinner, but not Gukesh, so very likely he is more comfortable to have his meal in the room, to be a little bit separated from the funs, because during the dinner and after the dinner a lot of people wants to make a photo with him, so this might be the can be a distraction for Gukesh. We have seen, we can see him right now in a blue suit, looking sharp.
Yeah, as I said, as an ambassador, he's fantastic for our sport, as Magnus was, and now Gukesh. Everyone likes him. It was funny situation when I was coming to this broadcast, since I have this TV commentary on Croatian TV and my YouTube channel with many followers from former Yugoslavia. There is a player who is playing in the Open tournament from Serbia, young one. I think he's having like 4.5 out of 6, right? Okay. And he said, "Can I take a photo with you? For me, it's equally important like with Gukesh, because he wants to go back to Serbia and with his friends to show this selfie." So my point was that, can you imagine how many people ask Gukesh? I know on the first day, even Sotiris asked him for a photo for his friend. Yeah, but not for him, of course, for his friend. And Gukesh was super polite and immediately responded.
And politely declined him.
No, it was that. So he's never the one who will decline the photo, and it's not so simple, because you can be second in the world and you won't get that kind of attention, and you can.
Well, I had an interview with David Navar yesterday, and he pointed out that he's not as popular as others, so not many people are bothering him for these signatures, and I felt to stop him right there, because he's very popular in his country. He's playing in his homeland, and It's not true. They're not. He's not popular. There are so many people asking him for the photos, and also because of his personality, that he's very open. About Gukesh, he's very polite. He barely declines any photo or signature. Maybe if he gets tired with the interviews, then he might say like maybe later on. But I had this experience to work with him in Poland. He visited us in the Chess Festival for 3 days, and there were thousands of participants, and mostly kids went crazy when they saw Gukesh there, and he would never say no to him. And then we will also at the closing ceremony of the tournament with thousands of people, like for real, there were thousands of people in summertime in the very nice location in Poland. And then at some point I had to step up and tell people that no, he cannot make it anymore, and I felt that I was his security, and that was really the really awkward moment. How many people are approaching him for the photo? I would probably not handle that much of the
Yeah, but
contact.
okay, let's just bring a mosaic view that you could see also the games a little bit more. We will touch Gukesh game as well, but during Chennai Olympiad I was driving with Vichy Anand to the playing hall all the time because we are friends, so he would invite me to go together from this Lila hotel, and that experience when we would come to the playing hall and suddenly first security officers and policemen, they would notice him, and then when he goes out, suddenly hordes of people, huge crowd is asking for a photo or for autograph or whatever, and it was a really special experience. I can tell you that Vichy Anand in India, especially in his Chennai, or how it was Madras before, he is a star on a level of Rolling Stones, Cristiano Ronaldo, something like that. So it was really a fabulous thing, to witness this.
Yeah. I have seen many locations, Indian people being just shocked to have Vishianand in their place visiting. So that's actually
Okay,
true.
speaking about Gukesh, so let's just check his opening. So another similar game like Keymer versus Anton, but completely different outcome here. As I was mentioning before, Magnus Carlsen is the biggest expert in this structure with Rossolimo Sicilian, with bishop c6, dc6, but also in these lines. The way how he regroups pieces with white colors, but also with black, it's fabulous, and it's something which is, I think, very important. If you're stable in this structure, then you can perform very well on top level. So here some nuances, and h3. I believe that Parham will of course try to win against his shaken opponent, but he will probably not go all in because he knows that this is Gukesh. It's not some like ordinary grandmaster who is having a bad tournament. Regarding next game, Aravind versus Yakuboyev, well-known stuff. G4 now, of course, castles, B5, G5. This is typical stuff, and you have this knight H5 or B4. So here H6 was played, castles and king B1. Kathy, this is old school stuff, and maybe nice to have this kind of game. I can easily go backwards, let's say 15 years ago. This can be Topalov versus Anand, or for example Lukman Valley with the black pieces versus, I don't know, some player like Judith Polgar could be with white pieces.
We do have quite often repeating the opening with a touch of the new engines. Players like to bring even like openings like Evans Gambit with a new life. We have seen this a famous game of Daniel Debeau. So I like that. I like that because they're always looking for something interesting in those forgotten lines that is not popular anymore. So basically, we can just talk a little bit about this position. White has made already a clear sign where White is playing. It's because of this pawn structure. White is waiting Black's king to castle on the short side, so there will be a pawn march, h4, g5. White has king already castled on the long side, and there's a very nice control of the center with the queen and the rook lined up on d file, and also knight controlling d5. Black has already made the statement as well to push b5 and start the attack on the white's king. But the question is Black going to keep the king in the center? Because none of the side looks at the moment safe for Black's king.
Yeah, here the case is why people are not pushing h6, because after h4, okay, I cannot push g5 immediately. For example, h4, let's say that I play some random move. I cannot push g5 because my rook is hanging, so I need to spare a tempo with, I don't know, bishop e2 or maybe rook g1. But once I make it and push g5, g6 is destroying the shelter. So this is why h6 speeds up the process. And as we know, with opposite castles and kings in the center, who opens the doors first is the one who is better. So h6 might be an issue with that, but of course Yakuboev has his own agenda, and actually we could see now that he took this Mishra's approach and went back behind Aravind to check his game a bit. I have one question which comes to my mind. How about hours of sleep for Aravind after yesterday's win? Probably many calls, many messages. It was a huge thing to win versus Gukesh.
It is a huge thing to win for
With the
Aravind.
black pieces, yeah.
And especially it gets more personal when either you're from the same country or you're from the same generation, or you have some like personal story with the player. So in this case, they are both from India, and I'm sure there was some nice touch.
How about
to
you? You had some scalps in your career. I recall some names you were mentioning. How about a good result? Are you sleeping better, or you are excited?
I sleep very good.
After a win. Nice. I sleep bad after an important win.
No, it's not true actually. Well, the thing is that you're spending so much energy and so much emotions, and on top of that you have another game too. It's not only one tournament. If it's a last day of a tournament, that's a different story, but now Aravind has to face another very tough opponent. Yakuboev is not easy opponent to deal with, so I think it's very logical for everyone just to have a little celebration there, because we need to give a benefit to ourselves that we did something great, and then very quickly to focus for the next game or next event, because it's true that if you go very deep with the thoughts, you will just lose the
I was always sleeping great when I lost some games because when I win games, then I start to think that I'm greatest, I'm fantastic, top is waiting for me, and then I lose a game, and then I realize I'm a patzer, and then I want to run away. I want to run away from everything, and then sleep sounds like a good idea.
The sleep is actually more important than anyone could imagine for the chess players. My coach told me, actually the coach of many Soviet players, like really strong players, I had that possibility to have one of my coach who was coaching other great players actually. He was very often mentioning about sleeping issues that some of the players had, and that's why they could not achieve as much as they actually could. And at the time, I had no idea what he was mentioning because as a little kid, I never had issues with the sleep. But
Usually,
more you grow, more problems or issues you have in life. And we also have now a lot of smart devices next to us, which is bothering. So most of these chess players, they don't really use social media. They don't. They have social media, but they have also managers who are posting for them. We have, for instance, here Arvin is not very active on social media, but we have Hans Niemann on the background who's very active on social media. So we have like mix of all kind of people, but mostly I think it's a bigger percentage of people who is not socially active, not socially active, active on social media among the chess players, and they are trying to separate themselves from all this, emotions from the fans.
got it. Regarding sleep, I know that, for example, Cristiano Ronaldo is sleeping 5 times a day. I also it's known that
5 times a
five
day?
times a day. So he have some blocks of sleep and
Like
everything.
short sleep, probably.
Yeah, he have a huge one, then 1 hour, then after
I like
one
that.
training, then that kind of things. I know that Magnus was sleeping right before the game. This is what I do. I
love
can
sleep before the
sleep
game.
before the game, wake up 5 minutes before, and then go to play.
Yeah, I like that.
I don't
too.
have problem with that, and it's especially important when you're playing 2 games per day to forget that long one before sleep is the best way. So let's check this game, since I know a lot about this opening a6, this semi-Slav with a6. Just to remind our viewers that this is a Slav defense, and when you go e6, then it's a semi-Slav because it resembles Queen's Gambit, declined. And after knight f3, there is this a6 move, which was played by many players. Navara has played many games here. Vishy Anand, Topalov, Aronian, he has games here with the black pieces, with the white pieces. So it was quite popular. I was playing here everything. Knight e5, you have h3, a4 is possible to play. Bishop d3 was my late move lately. Bishop d3 also is possible to go bishop d2. c5 main move. It was seen in Gelfand versus Vishy Anand, if I'm not mistaken, the World Championship match 2012 in Moscow, if I'm not mistaken. Exactly. So b3, bishop b3, bishop b4, also quite known line, played by Anand. Bishop d6. Here you can easily go wrong, since knight d5 is a threat. So let's say that I go h6. Now I think knight d5 is just better for white. So you should be careful a bit, since after bishop d2 there is knight f6 check, and if you take knight f6, I take cd, and if you take on d2, I can take e6 or c6. I think e6, and I'm collecting some pawns in the process. So after bishop d6, the queen c2 with the idea e4, and this line is also known without a6, with the pawn on b2, played by, for example, Alexander Onischuk with the white pieces. Many players, bishop c3. This is all known. Korobov was playing this line. Slightly better for white. Slovenian grandmaster, for example, Duško Pavasović, he was very skillful with those semi-Slav stuff. Slightly better for white, but not great. As I mentioned, Navara has played many games here, and it's not easy to prove the advantage. I was actually analyzing this line without computers, and at that time it was a bit unpleasant for black, but now it's sort of drawish, or slightly better only for white. I have a feeling that we might see uneventful game here. Going back to Abdusattorov versus Jordan van Foreest, a5 was played. I show you the point is that this line knight e4. If bishop a4, there is knight e4. This is well known, and sometimes it ends in a positional way. So it's not about some firework, it's more about stabilization. And here it will be very hard to analyze, because engine will either praise those two pawns and their passing, their passers, their passing options, but it's, if white manages to regroup, it's sometimes also a little bit hard to play it with the black piece. It will be very hard for me to give you any expert opinion here. Unclear game, players, they know more about it, and it's not about delivering a checkmate now, it's about creating this threat of pushing the pawns. But Keymer has played it for sure in some blitz games. So as I said, it's not about being surprised and not knowing what to do. Now they are browsing their memory, experience. As I said, sometimes you have direct experience, your own games, your own analysis. In the other cases, it can be going through some other lines, someone else's analysis. And third, it can be that you heard of someone, that you are on a plane and then you discuss some position. Your friend, I don't know, let's say Bluebaum says to Keymer, listen, in that line, I saw this queen d6 move and then g4, h5, so you know something, but you need to recheck it yourself.
Yeah, well, this for sure they know when it happened and what happened in the game, but still, the game just continues from here. This is just starting position, and somehow I have a feeling that it is Vincent who found it more surprising than David Anton, and that's a bit strange for me, because it is Vincent who played g4, right? And he either it was bishop, it was this sacrifice or not, like 50-50. So I don't know why he's taking more time, but well, this is his game, and he has to navigate here with all the lines, right?
As I said, he's rechecking some stuff. Before going to challengers, let's provide you some insight from the playing hall. We can stroll around with our beautiful cameras. So let's go full screen, that you could see the atmosphere. So Parham, deep in thoughts. Gukesh is not standing. Abdusattorov checking his, Yakuboyev checking his game. It's funny that sometimes you want to check it over the board, but there is also the screen.
Yep, Max Odlu drinking his cup of coffee, tea, as we can see. Looks like, oh, there's a little girl with her bunny in her hand, observing some of the games. I saw her. She was waiting players for the signatures. She has this little notebook, and she was collecting the signatures there.
Yeah, let's show you a little bit open section. Every day I'm speaking with Tashnik, and he said, not so easy these days in open section. Many talented players, 2400 I'm at the moment, I was 26. You could see how it looks like. Because,
wow.
Yeah, that's very nice. Do you see some familiar face, Katie?
I see Sasikurian.
Very good.
I see...
I saw Nevednici walking. Grandmaster.
I see... Who? Oh yeah, I see a grandmaster from Poland. He's also a coach of one of the Futures tournament. Martin, if I'm not mistaken, his name. I don't know his last name.
Yeah, very nice. So you could see how...
Sasekurin is one of those people who are, after his game, he likes to come to our studio to observe the games of the of the masters and the challengers in our studio. So we had him already like 2 or 3 times among the spectators.
Yeah, he was 27-20, if I'm not mistaken, something like that. I would bet on, maybe even more.
At the level of the players we have
yeah.
now at the
Especially in former times when it was super huge. By the way, I saw Hare Krishna 3-4 days ago. He is the one who could easily fit here, but yeah, he has decided, maybe due to his family obligations. We can see Ptachnik walking. You can see him right behind at the end with the glasses. He's checking and walking. Very known chess figure. World 15 winning silver medal with Czechoslovakian
I saw
team
his
in
book
82.
today in our shop that we have on the first floor. There's a chess shop with a lot of books and also chess sets.
And he's checking the game of Irina Bulmaga. You could see her bottom right. He's checking her game. Irina is very good player who is capable to win against grandmasters. Okay, so let's go to challengers. Let's finish our stroll and let's check the challengers section. So Finek is leading the field, and today he's playing versus Benjamin Gledura. Bishop f4 is not something super aggressive, but it's a normal one. In Bertzen versus Ufa, we have this eternal Sicilian battle over the d5 square. White is trying to stop black of playing d5, while black will start moving around. Karpov was famous for maneuvering in those positions. People tend to forget that he was at the beginning, not at the beginning, but I had his book, that he was mainly an e4 player, heading towards some super sharp stuff with the white pieces against dragon, for example. So he was very known for that. In Nemetz versus Herbeck, we have this well-known Ragozin line where black takes on c4, pushes this e5, but white seems to be pressing, not a simple position. And take a look of time management. So Nemetz has more time than he had at the start of this round.
Wow, that shows heavy preparation of the opening.
Speaking about heavy preparation, we have it in Biere versus Divya, since that I believe it's open Spanish. This is an opening against which you need to show something. It got attention in the games of Korchnoi. Then later, Ivan Sokolov was playing this line a lot, and in the last Women's World Championship match versus Zhu Wenjun and Leighton G, no, that was previous. Then Tan Zhouji was playing.
No, that was it.
Okay, that was the last one. So in that match, this open Spanish was debated. So against open Spanish with the white pieces, you need to come up with something, since black is having a very natural way of play, blocks with the knight this passer, and then starts to move around. And it seems that Divya is very well prepared, and that Jonas is trying to get a game.
Yeah, Divya shows very good preparation, and that's so much needed at the upcoming candidates tournament, that actually 2 participants of the challengers, Divya Dashmukh and also Zhuzhiner will play. As they mentioned, actually Divya mentioned in the interview, this is a nice preparation, even though the tournament is not going on her way. Same goes very likely to Zhuzhiner because she has quite rough start of the tournament, but once again we can always repeat that the final rounds are very important to balance the loss of the rating and also just to keep the tournament, like finish the tournament as the person who wins it all. Shall we get back to the Masters?
Yeah, I just want to conclude the last game, Ganguly versus Zhuzhiner. That there we have a deadly mating attack with a battery. I'm joking, but this looks really strange.
The king.
Really? King is on the other side. It would be fantastic if now king would be in a long castle, this fabulous battery, queen in front, but that's not the case. The king is somewhere else. Huh? Is it funny?
The wrong side. It is funny. Yes.
What's going on? I'm trying to grasp how on earth we got this position. So it was a normal Carlsberg structure, as I was telling you a few days ago, that everyone would say that this is Carlsberg. Vincent Keymer was asked which opening he loves, and then the answer was Carlsbad structure. So he didn't name the opening.
Vincent?
Yeah.
Said the Carlsbad structure is his favorite.
Yeah. So he
He's a troll big time, yeah?
Yeah. But no one actually knows that this is Karlovy Vary. This is a city in Czechia, in Czech Republic. So everyone is speaking about Carlsberg, but currently this is Karlovy Vary. And I believe that many players have passed through the city and maybe even analyzing Carlsberg structure on the train and not knowing that actually they're passing Carlsberg. So this is funny fact. So
I think there
Vary.
is a need of like some kind of chess university or some courses.
Or to watch broadcasts, our broadcasts.
Because a lot of people don't know much of the stories about how the openings started or about the chess players as well. And when you know all the stories, you just have like rich knowledge of the chess and it helps you many times. So this is how they started. Yeah, first they started to stand together and then they started to
super subtle way.
move
No,
together.
but this
Queen G3,
this is crazy. Yeah, this is from 1 to 10. This is crazy 11. Yeah. Hang on. Really? Huh? I know what would happen if, let's say,
I know why this
30
happened.
years ago you entered the chess club and I don't know, coach enters at this moment and say, okay, boy, come in few years.
Yeah.
You need to
he
learn
will say it
basics,
to
yeah.
parents like, no, he can't play chess.
Yeah.
Go home.
You can try with some other sports.
Well, the first thing is that he is controlling d6 square, so there's no bishop to d6. I don't know how strong is bishop d6, but in Carlsbad structure, black aims to trade light square bishops and a dark square bishop, so queen g3 controls this square. Another thing is that you might aim to have some queen trade, maybe to go to the endgame where you have this minority pawn push on the queen side. You can do this also with the queens. I was thinking, is he preparing also f3 and e4, which is also another typical idea here. And the queen was on the way, so either queen had to go back on d1 or step aside and do that. So there are some ideas here that Ganguly had in his mind, but yeah, it looks actually quite funny.
Yeah, and
sight.
let's say that this would be a blitz game. There would be a big chance to blunder back rank checkmate for white with this regrouping.
Bishop on h2.
So rook a d8 was final move in this position. Black is playing normally while Surya is inventing. We will see will his improvisation yield him any benefits. You wanted that we go to
we
Masters.
go back to the Abdusattorov and Van Forest because we do have already a lot of changes here, and it seems like our so leader of the tournament for a long time, somehow misplayed this game position according to the engines, and we have to dive in.
Sure, I think this is some superb preparation, maybe, no? Is it
By who?
by black?
To her worst position?
No, that this is sort of the maybe that white needs to play like super unnatural moves, and that's why he took this risk. So what is the main line from the computer here?
Let's see first what happened, how black lost the pawn on a5.
Yeah, I was showing
Actually,
this.
he
that
just sacrificed this pawn. You're right, it was his idea. And then he allowed all of this to happen.
I think this was all played. But as I said, I'm curious now about the first line of the engine. I can check it myself. I will turn it on. So c4, a normal move, and it's basically the only move which gives the advantage. So let's say that I go c4. Okay, I'm curious to see how hard are the moves for
well,
white.
this is not the novelty in chess. I see some games in database, online database. And we have Abdusattorov making his move.
And losing all his advantage.
Rook to d1, yeah. This was not...
And immediately Jordan is stopping c4. So c4 was an issue. That's why Jordan immediately blitzed it out. So c4 was begging to be played, but Nodirbek had something in mind. Why c4? Okay, maybe this is some complete mess. Okay, I take, and now you need to play rook f to d1, which is a subtle move but possible move to spot. Let's say that I go knight d4, this crazy stuff. Knight d4 only way. cb, now ab only way. Queen d5.
Knight c2. This is actually the game that has been played by Ivanchuk.
But looks bad according to the engine, so I'm curious. Okay, but this is not simple at all that you need to go to a7. But okay. I would be very curious to find out later what the players were thinking after c4. If we don't get them to the interview, what to do? I will need to play once more paddle with Abdusattorov. You will need to catch Jordan somewhere. Yeah, so that we get
Don't make me look like I'm catching the player somewhere in the corner.
to get this info. I'm curious now. What
I'm
would
also
have
curious.
happened after c4?
Yeah, wow, this is a home preparation. I agreed at the beginning when you said that this is some heavy preparation by Jordan. My first honest reaction was to get worse in this position, but he bluffed here and felt like it was correct. He plays very fast this moves. Look at the time. He has not spent that much as this position requires. Abdusattorov, he spent normal time because it's quite complicated position. And Jordan Van Forest seems... I know what is the secret of us, and I'm getting the players into... I saw him at the lunch the other day. He was watching the course while he had a lunch. So he's with the headphones always, enjoys his meal, and always watches the chess video or course.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. I heard that, for example, Magnus was running on a running machine, running track, and then repeating some lines. You know, while running, at least let's memorize some lines, some variations. Regarding taking a risk, also Magnus has mentioned this a few times that he comes to the game with two scenarios. That was actually what I was doing also in my career. I come to the game and I'm not sure what will play. And I have A and B. And when I sense my opponent, then I decide during the game. Is he nervous? Is he confident? Okay, they know each other. But for example, if there is a player with whom I haven't played before, then I want to sense sends him over the board, and then I
Yeah.
will decide which line.
Yeah.
Which
Okay,
line
we
to
have
pick up.
we have to also just explain what you meant, that when chess players playing professionally, they usually have different lines, different setups. They are comfortable. They know it's not that you don't know what to play. You just wait to choose according to the opponent's current situation. So you guys don't try that at home if you don't know what to play. This is not a good advice not to be prepared for the game. This is only good advice when you are as good to play e4 and a d4 and c4 and then knight to f3. You can play any of this opening, and you just need to check out how your opponent feels like.
So possible scenario of this game. So Abdusattorov can play d4. He can play c4. After e4, he can go. Which move order was this? So it was knight c6 on the second move. So he could go for a Solimo. If black plays accelerated or hyper accelerated dragon, he could go for something else. And Jordan is discussing this with his second, with his coach, and he gives him some file and say, listen, if we go for that line, he hasn't played this before. You can play this, but after e6 here, c4 is a tough move. You need to play this, and after 10 moves, there is an only move for white. Maybe you can risk. That's an option. If he doesn't play this and he plays something normal like rook d1, after 95 you're having a normal position. So this is only one possible option in the game. And then after d4, another problem, another openings. And sometimes this stays hidden because people only see one position, while in preparation they have 10 possible options, maybe sometimes even 20. Against Ivanchuk you have 50. The best is to just to close your laptop because no way to prepare. But
Oh yes, that's true.
you cannot have everywhere sound line and sharp at the same time and promising. Somewhere you need to risk, and that's, I think, what even top players do.
Right, such a crazy start of the round 7, right? I love this to see you on the top board.
Yeah, and regarding this game, it's not about, okay, Kathy, we play tomorrow. I offer you 15 moves that we play this position. Okay, let's play from this. Of course, this is only one of 25 options or maybe even more. So you cannot prepare exclusively only for this line.
Yeah, true. That's true. So, okay, 95, and we are going to keep the eye on it. We have Vincent Keymer having his crazy position in the king situation. We have already a huge misbalanced position. He plays a move, knight to c4. We have not really checked the game of Navarra and Niemann, and they are progressing so fast. The game might end quite early, so let's take a look what is happening. David Navarra is feeling really good in this tournament. He was quite happy yesterday at the interview. Feels really good for him. And Hans Niemann somehow, he has not scored the victory yet, right? Him and Gukesh has not scored the victory. So this is not the scenario he had in his mind, especially the way how he's playing is quite amazing. All the sacrifices and looking for all the great ways to deal with the position. Let's talk about this game as they are playing quite fast and figure it out what is happening, because David Navarra is one of the leaders of this tournament.
Listen, you have optically fantastic position with the white pieces, pressing, X-rays there, but when you see the engine bar and with well-prepared player, you realize, as I said, it's not a beauty contest. It's not about I'm having a better position or optically better, give me a point. Like better position, you need to take it to something tangible. And here was the best scenario. Best scenario is to include this knight. Without this knight, you cannot get any advantage. So the knight can land.
If Hans plays here with white pieces, the other the board, I'm certain he would go g4, g5 in this position.
Oh,
This is Seyhan's type.
this is an interesting.
I have done this in one of my games in this structure, and actually quite powerful idea. But he's from the other side of the board. He doesn't have a craziness here that he feels comfortable to play. And now there's this issue with the knight on f6 to deal. And also on top of that, I just find king on h8 quite misplayed. That has happened because Navarra played this typical idea, bishop to h7, if we can make that on the board. I love this idea. It's such a small thing, but such a useful thing, especially in the openings where you're trading a lot of pieces. Here we had this light square bishop trade, then we had a trade of the rooks as well, and very often black founds this king on h8 too far from the center, and also f7 pawn is a target.
Yeah, I believe that it's unpleasant, especially with this g4, g5. Without that motive, bishop f6 doesn't give any special advantage. You're doubling the pawns, but not going anywhere. g4, g5, it's a huge thing, and this might be an important try. How about queen d7 now? There is something wrong with this move, and I'm trying to figure it out. Maybe rook d1. Maybe I take, and then I go rook d1, but then my initial
how about I
rake.
trade in rook d1 and then this bishop g7 idea, or knight
But
h4,
then
knight h5.
my king, he can take, and after rook d1, I have issue with back rank motive.
No, rook d1 first,
When?
instead of rook g7.
This, I was analyzed rook d1, but rook c8.
And we can go in that position without bishop g7. We don't need bishop g7 here.
Okay, but there is
And
not
shall we
threat.
do pawn g3, let's say?
Okay, rook c6.
And knight h4.
Okay, this is maybe unpleasant, but
Knight h4, knight f5.
okay, something with bishop e5 or. Okay, this is typical pressure. This is typical pressure, but usually players with the black pieces, they know how to hold this because it's typical. So I don't know, bishop e5 is probably the move. So bishop f8 has been played.
He allows white to double the pawns on f6. Oh, that's gonna be a long pressure. If I just take this knight and then play knight d4, knight f5.
You take, queen takes, but this was already played so many times, I know this, and it looks better than in practice. Somehow bishop at some point gets into the play, and it's not enough. Looks appealing, but I have a feeling that this is not enough. So let's switch to challenges just to check has something changed there. We can give you a multiple view. So in that section we
Have we noticed David's smile? Did you see
I didn't see it.
Do we have maybe the camera on David? Yes.
Here,
He likes what he sees.
here
Look at him. But it was actually visible pretty much that he enjoys, why not? It's risk-free position against Hans Niemann, and we know that Hans Niemann can be quite a tough opponent. So yeah, good to see David smiling.
Okay, let's check this game, Nemetz versus Herbeck. So what's going on here? Queens are hanging. They have for sure some history, since they are both from Czechia or Czech Republic. So if you take on f4, taking on d5, let's say c6, bishop goes somewhere. I don't know, bishop maybe here. Rook g1 is coming, so maybe okay, I don't need to move the bishop yet. But maybe I can go on bishop e6. And yeah, doesn't seem to be tough for black. So not much is happening. Ganguly hasn't changed his bishop. Divya is playing interesting move. Queen c2, trying to disturb white. Jufa Bersen, a normal game, and Finek versus Gledura. I think that maybe it's a moment that we go for a break. What do you think, Katy? Yeah.
We actually, before we take a break, I wanted to check a little bit more of the game of our leaders, because they are actually playing very fast. We have few more moves there.
Okay.
And let's also have a camera. Right, Abdusattorov looking sharp, 40 minutes in this position, and yeah, he still has better according to the engine, but the players don't know that evaluation at this moment, and also it is always tough to face the opponent who shows that you just got into my home preparation, right? This is quite frustrating. But also we have to just point it out that white doesn't have any worse situation. It is quite easy, not easy, it's possible to deal, and Abdusattorov clearly has that much of strength to do it. He's world number 4 already by his live rating. And he overtook Vincent Keymer, because Vincent has really tough tournament, and Abdusattorov is on plus. So this is currently the situation.
So perfectly normal position for black. Complicated, but let's say that Jordan has managed to get out of the opening. Normally in Keymer versus Anton, it will be a mess, and other games are still far away from some action. Is it a moment for break now?
I think it's a moment for us to have a break, but we prepared a video for our viewers.
Okay.
We can show what is happening behind the scenes, behind the cameras and the chess board. So let's take a look at this video and we'll be back shortly. Welcome to Prague International Chess Festival. I'm Katy, and today in this video I'm gonna take you behind the scenes. We are at Don Giovanni Hotel. This is the home of this festival, and this is the point where you can make a selfie, and don't miss this step. But now we are going to the place where you can start your chess day. Every day we do have new chess puzzle right here, and you guys can solve it. We were trying to figure it out, the solution of this puzzle. This is the puzzle of a day. Everyone who comes in this hotel has an opportunity to solve the puzzle. Put the name, email and the phone, and here we have this little box, and put this answer over here. If your correct is right, then you'll get a small prize. Guys, this is the position, and let us know in the comment section what is the right move. It is white to move, mate in 2. When you enter at this hotel, first thing what you see is this giant chessboard with the pieces. And of course, this is a place where kids love to play chess games in the evening and have a lot of fun. Right now, it's time to take you to the main playing venue where we're gonna see the masters, challengers, and futures of the tournament. To enter the playing venue, we have to be silent. We cannot use mobile phones and cameras with flash. Now we're about to go inside, so I have to be a little quiet. But in this tournament, we have a lot of superstars. Let's now take a look at it. Now we're going to the players' lounge where they have some drinks and snacks during the play, and they also have balcony there, so they can also have some fresh air. Let's go. In the Masters tournament, we have the current world champion Gukesh Dommaraju with us, local hero David Navara, who has played all the 8 editions of Prague Chess Festival. World number 4 by the rating, Vincent Keymer. It is always great to have Hans Niemann at the event because he shows his best style, as well as Parham Maksodlu, Abdusattorov from Uzbekistan, as well as Yakuboyev. Of course, we have the previous winner of the Prague Masters, Aravind from India. Jordan Van Forest from Netherlands is shining at this tournament, and David Anton shows us his true class. I found this board here with every round update results. We have here Masters Tournament, we have Challengers Tournament. In fact, the winner of the Challengers will take a seat to the Masters event next year. So very important event. We have Finek, local chess player who is 16 years old. He is rocking at this event and maybe he'll win the next Masters. We have Divya and Jujiner representing females here at this event. Coming to the other side of the board, we have Futures Tournament, and here we have the players, the girls from the age from 12 to 14. We have additional competition at this tournament. Here on this board you can see the results of the Masters and Futures together. So these players are collecting the points, and in the end they're gonna have some awards. Let's see what it's gonna be. Our next destination is the Open Tournament, and here we have the pairings of the event. In fact, we do have 444 participants from around the world competing right now in this room. So let's go inside. The tournament has coverage in many languages online, but here at the venue we have 2 commentary, English and Czech. Right now this is the office of the Czech commentary. As I know, they have a break now, so let's go and check it out. How the games are going? Are you happy with the action?
No, not with action, but with the position for Czech players. We are happy, keeping it solid. That's good, always.
And you have here a lot of local spectators. How fun is it to have commentary and also live audience?
Well, it's very nice. I mean, it's such a rare occasion here in Czech Republic to have such a great tournament. So we're very happy that the chess players in Czech Republic take the opportunity and come here to see it all with their own eyes, because you don't see the world champion every day.
This is our English commentary. Usually I'm sitting here alongside with Aloysia to give you our thoughts about the games, but now we're joined by Sergei Movsesian, and he gives us his expert opinion about the games, and you can actually join us here. And this is our English commentary. Usually I sit here alongside with Aloysia and we are analyzing the games. Aloysia, are you happy with the lineup, what we have here at this event this year, and also how exciting the games are?
Yeah, hello Katie, hello everyone. I'm really impressed by everything. It's one of the, I would say, the most memorable tournament in terms of fighting spirit. I love these combinations of youngsters, of the open section and everyone here. So yeah, we can, I think, really call it a festival.
The hotel Don Giovanni has been the biggest supporter of the Prague Chess Festival, and every floor is occupied by chess players.
Yes,
Can you please tell us how this support came, why you like chess so much, and just about the cooperation for all these years?
Yeah, of course. The chess, actually, we have here the fourth year, and I am here with the chess also. And there are a lot of people who I know, of course, and who I don't know, and this a lot of people from the many countries, and it's very experienced for us also. And the support, it's actually not easy, but we are very happy that we have the chess tournament is in our hotel.
Right, we have this giant chess boards at the beginning. We have also the piano, so chess and the music somehow is connected to this hotel. And I also see this screen here, so people who are just coming here as a guest, they have chance to observe that something very big is happening, and they can enjoy their coffee and see this. Such a great support.
Yeah, of course. Actually, everybody can come here and just look at the chess players and also can play chess, the game, and can just enjoy our hotel and the game and the nice days here.
And our final destination is VIP lounge and the players lounge, as well as the tag room. So I'm gonna take you here. The first room is the lounge for the guests, where people can come and enjoy with soft drinks, water, and some snacks. Hi. Hi. Good to see you. We just cut you on. Yes, we're filming. Can you share us how does it feel here at the Prague Chess Festival?
Yeah, it's good. It's a very nice hotel. Prague is always a wonderful city, so it's always so lovely to be in Prague. And I think the organizer always does such a fantastic job for this tournament and event. So yeah, fantastic.
And now we're going to our interview room, where the players are coming after the game and they're giving us the insights. Usually they are sitting on this side. I take the other side of the chair. We have also this beautiful chessboard. Sometimes if there is something interesting in the end games, they like to show to us here. So basically this is where we have the interviews. So whole floor here we have occupied by the different things. As I mentioned earlier, this is the first VIP lounge. We can go in here. And for now, there is nobody, but usually we have a lot of guests joining us here. So they have this chair, they have the games in progress, and they also have the cameras here. This is not the only VIP room. We have more VIP rooms the other side, but this one is very interesting, and this is the players analyzing room, and you might not expect them to come here, but I have seen some of the players from Masters. They like to come here and analyze the game because, as you know, at the
playing venue, they cannot talk loud to bother other players, but this is something where they like to come and analyze the game. So yeah, we have also seen some of the guests of the Prague Chess Festival playing some blitz tournaments here. And here we have an analyzing room which is actually occupied by the tag team, so we have to take a look. Hello! Hello, what you are guys analyzing in the analyzing room?
Analyzing snacks at the moment.
Snacks, analyzing snacks. Yeah, such a nice place, right?
It's a really nice place. These are the guys from Lee Chess.
The guys from Lee Chess, yes.
This is our spokesperson.
So we have already spoke with the spokesperson. A smaller VIP room. Hello. Can I bother you and ask you the question? How do you like it here at the Prague Chess Festival?
Well, I always like it a lot. It's not my first time here. I've been here actually from the first tournament onward. And it's amazing how it's grown in the course of the years. It's improving every time. And yeah, well, you can see, I mean, we're now occupying rooms that were never occupied before because the tournament is just growing too fast. So, no, lots of good thoughts about this tournament.
I think we have to find a person who is behind all of this and hear from him about the event and the concept of this event. So, Pat, you're the man behind the everything is happening here. I have a very simple question. How are you managing to get the superstars here in Prague to compete at this tournament?
Even myself, I cannot believe that how it's possible, and I hope that they like Prague in general and also our festival, because many of them played already, have been playing in Prague, and so I believe that they want to come back, return, and play our tournament, and they personally they gave to our tournament big prestige.
And about this year's edition, are you happy how it is going? If you can, please tell us some behind the stories, what viewers cannot see.
Behind stories, yeah, it's quite a lot. I start preparation in summer last year. Usually I start with contacting players and this stuff. And during autumn, we had already a lot of work with design. We have completely new, not new design, but a new thing, this cartoon on the walls, and also we devoted this 8th edition to women chess more than as usual, and I hope and believe we will continue, because it was nice, especially yesterday. And also we devoted it to special chess set, chess pieces. We call it Česká klubovka, and they were made by DGT as well, I think last year. They have here their premiere. Yeah? So Gukesh and Ondřej Perušič opened this festival with these pieces. Yeah, so.
Yeah. That was really beautiful. So thank you very much for making all this possible. And if you guys liked what you have seen behind the scene, we're inviting you for the next edition of Prague International Chess Festival.
coming back, this is a funny view that we have. Coming back to the Prague International Chess Festival, this is round 7. We have a lot of fun here in the studio, and the players are having a lot of fun on the board. They are starting heavily this round, right? Especially the leaders, Abdusattorov. We have him right now on the clock. He's down to 38 minutes against well-prepared Van Forest. Another leader, we have David Navara going to the very safe endgame against Hans Niemann. We have Keymer against David Anton. Crazy piece sacrifice and completely unclear position. And well, in this round, I think last 2 games are more or less peaceful. This is just below our video. Aravin versus Yakuboev and Maxotlu versus Gukesh. Aloysia, what do you think? How important it is to keep your energy for the last rounds?
Yeah, that's always the question. Do you want to save some energy, or you will risk a bit and use possible chance, because you never know which kind of opening you will get in the last 2 rounds. So I believe that those players are not calculating way too much, so they go by the flow, you know. So if they feel that this is a chance to play for a win, they will do it. You know, sometimes, especially in the last round, you have this situation when players are playing for top places, and slowly playing hall is getting emptier, and there are some players who still, because of the opening outcome, push for 5 rating points. So I believe that those players, they don't care too much about other things. So if they sense that the position is fine, they will go for it, not thinking about preserving some energy.
Yeah, they're going all in indeed. I'm really curious how the game Vincent Keymer and David Anton will end. We have Vincent Keymer on our screen. He just faced his opponent's last move, Rook A8 to G8. I have not seen him leaving the board today. He is actually sitting there, always not walking that much as other players. Very determined, very focused. You cannot just relax in this position, right?
Yeah, but the thing is that he's aware that this position is not so risky, that he will lose on spot, that when the pawn starts rolling. So I think that he knew about this setup where he just come with the f3 pawn and wait a bit, because if you push g3, then I can stop the pawns over the light squares. Okay, I played it wrong, probably queen h3 is better. So here, if black pushes h4, then it's even worse. So he knows that the position on king side will stabilize, while on queen side is now the thing, what will happen on the other wing. So he knows that he can maybe stay put, but also he's thinking about the way how to later on use this extra piece. I don't know. The problem is with this setup, this opening of black, that you will get a huge attention. People will praise you. You sacrifice a pawn. You start rolling your pawns. So basically, you are the one for whom people are rooting for, in terms of, what you did, this is brilliant, this is beautiful, 2 pawns rollings. But when you start digging a little bit deeper, you realize that once again, if this would be a beauty contest, fantastic, David Anton, a point for you, but it's not. And here you need to play, you need to come up with some follow-up. And actually, to be honest, I don't see this follow-up. I see that black will need to wait for a long, and that's why David Anton, we can go with the camera, full screen a little bit towards him, I think that he's aware that this might be
I like
very
his
tricky.
strategy. I like his strategy. I like to play your opening choices up onto the current situation of your opponent. Vincent Keymer, he is a very ambitious player. He wants to gain his rating back. He has white pieces in this round and he wants to win. But if David Anton stays still in this position and sets up the position where white has to risk to win, then Vincent is risking, right? And this is the moment that David Anton is waiting for. I think that's very strategically very nice decision by him.
I think for the first time in this is which 7th round of the tournament that I have opposite opinion.
Than me?
Yes. So let's experience this.
Finally in the round 7.
Exactly.
We disagree.
Yeah, I totally disagree. I think that this is way more unpleasant than it looks like. And now I'm not surprised that Vincent finally stood up. This is kind of position where, as I said, later on it will be very tough to keep the bar closer to the equalization. A famous game, Mamedov versus Dubov, from the European Team Championship 2017. I played for Croatian national team, so I remember very, very well. So at that time, Halifman, who was FIDE world champion, was coaching, if I'm not mistaken, Azerbaijan, while Russia was coached by, they had some training sessions with Boris Gelfand. And Grishchuk was making fun of that game because at some point they were doing a various analysis, and at some point they checked this Rossolimo line, but that position was super complicated. Engines were giving zeros, and you know, in training sessions sometimes you want to touch as much things as possible because, as I said, it can be only one option of 20 or maybe even 100. Yeah. And he got this advice, and now you dig it yourself over the game, over the board. And Grishchuk were laughing so hard afterwards, saying that this is one of the most complicated, like the most complicated position with the most simplest advice. And now you're on your own and you dig it yourself. This might be the case here as well. You go to this line, you push h5, g4, and then you figure it out yourself. And now David Anton is thinking, where am I now? What the kind of position I'm sitting in? This looks so tough. I don't know what to play next.
Well,
that would be my prediction.
In my opinion, he can just go something like c5, a5 to stabilize the queen side. And as I mentioned earlier, wait for white, because for David Anton, this is quite nice tournament. He's not losing any rating as Vincent is losing. And also to talk about the ambition of these two players, we might all of us agree that Vincent has this ambition to go to top, I don't know, to get back his spot of the top 4 seats in the FIDE rating. So he might be just waiting. The position is not so bad.
Let's turn on the engine. Let me just briefly check what are the moves. So best move and only move according to engine to stay closer to the equality is g3. So c5 you mentioned, which looks more to the point, or a6 looks more to the point, but then there are some problems. Is there any tactics after a6? That's why I think he's very worried, by the way. F takes, h takes, and okay, I don't know why engine is taking on g4. I really don't get it. So while now taking on g4 is a move, why not to? If I'm not getting a pawn, why should I take on g4? I really don't get it. So, but let's say that he plays this g3, which engine offers as the best move. And now after queen g4, it offers h4, queen h3, and now if you exchange queens, you're struggling. Now he's increasing the advantage. But let's say that we go queen e7, not exchanging the queens. Now suddenly knight e5 or d4 is 0.6 for white, or 0.5. I think it's very hard to deal with this outcome. So, to me, it looks like this is very unpleasant for black, and I wouldn't be surprised that this game lasts for less than 15 moves from now on. But maybe I'm totally wrong, of course. I accept this. I will apologize to the players and to everyone needed, but this is just my modest opinion.
I still like this sacrifice to entertain us. I think that's pretty cool to see it. We can go back to the game of
now
Van
you
Forest.
saw the facial expression. I would love to go full screen. It looks like he's completely unhappy. This was actually some sign of being very worried.
Okay, here we have a situation. Let's go to the first game, the leaders board. Because we have this YouTube stream on ECU channel and Prague Chess Festival channel. And we have 15 minutes delay. And there is someone very angry in the chat. Calls the names. Guys, just be very polite, please, in the comments if you want us to respond to that.
Okay.
But the thing is that at the beginning, when all of this started, when Jordan's gave up the pawn, it gave the advantage to white, right?
Yes.
The engine bar was up. So there was a comment that how come that this is totally lost position for black, and why we're saying that it's just fine for Jordan. I think you explained it quite well.
Yeah, I explained it. I will repeat it
But
once
another
again.
thing that I would like to add here, like it is so important to know how to read the engine because it gives slight, tiny advantage to white, not even advantage to be fair. And you guys can have a trust to a grandmaster who says it.
No, the
But
point
it's not
here
winning.
that c4 was like almost a winning advantage according to the engines. But once again, that would mean that player rated 3700 is playing versus a player rated 3700. Those players, they cannot play on that level. So if you play now all the best moves in all positions, then of course this is very dubious. There are some players, instead of being slightly worse, they take some risk. If my opponent finds bunch of moves, only moves, unlogical moves, okay, and I lose a game, what to do? Bad day in the office. But it's a big chance that player with the white pieces, even a top player, as I said, these guys are 2750. Engine is 3750. So it's a difference. That doesn't mean that they can play on that level, and then why they don't see this c4, and then probably maybe Jordan is aware that there is some detail in some line after 10 moves you need to find only moves. There was a famous interview, from my point of view, a famous interview. So German player Donchenko, Alexander, he was playing European Individual Championship in Romania. His parents are FM, if I'm not mistaken, and they were following his game. And he was asked, he got a message from his parents, why didn't you play g5 in some position? And it's a draw, because the move you played is 0.60 for your opponent. So you should have played g4. And then you can find this interview. He was in my studio. You can find this interview, European Individual Chess Championship, Romania, March 25. He was in the studio. He showed the line. Line goes for 15 moves. After 15 moves, you need to find crazy stuff, and then white needs to cry crazy. And then after so many events, there is a drawing mechanism.
Yes.
And of course, he said, "Sorry, my bad. I didn't play g5." So as I said, chess is also not an ultimate information stuff. Players are maybe taking risks. Okay, if my opponent, he's not an expert in this line, if he goes here for c4, maybe...
Yeah, he's risking.
Yeah.
He did bluff
and
it
what has happened, rook d1, was played, and then Jordan instantly played 95, so that means that he knew that c4 is coming, and that's how it.
Yeah, and also we have a situation where Van Forest is prepared for this setup, and Nodirbek was not probably prepared because he spent a lot of time to navigate in this.
Yeah, and players, prepared player versus unprepared player, then you have this psychological effect. You want to avoid something. You feel uncertain about things. Exactly. And as I said, this opening was not deliberately agreed by both players. There were maybe 20 options, and maybe that came by surprise. Maybe Jordan was checking this line for some other player, so he knew it. Sometimes you are lucky that the day before you check it and you can remember the analysis.
Yeah, that's right. Just wanted to point out this one to be sure, but you guys, I kindly ask all of you to be a little bit more polite in the chat, because we have direct vision of the comments, even though it's 15 minutes delay, and
I will always try to let's say defend players, because as I said, these are 27. Magnus was playing fabulously, came close to 2900, but it's still far away from your mobile phones engines. So of course, comparing to them, there is no chance. Recently you could see that there were some games with exchange down, now even a piece down. There were some matches.
Ooh,
so
look
of
at
course
this,
it's
what we
tough.
have right now. This
yeah, so
graphics.
Jordan was in his prep while Abdusattorov started to burn some time after move 10 and on. And also being able to know in all the lines, all the variations, the best moves, it's very tough. I have, I would say, like a little bit better memory than ordinary people, and what those guys can remember, it's crazy. It's crazy amount of theoretical stuff they know. For example, Jordan, he has fabulous memory and he knows so many lines. Giri, even others. So it's very tough these days.
All right, he's taking his moment. Both Abdusattorov and Van Forest are very deep in this position. Still nothing is clear. It shows that it is equal position, but we can say that this is pretty complicated.
I would prefer to be black, because when you are having rooks versus pieces, when there is a piece exchange, you need open files. Okay, this is a semi-open file, but white is hitting heavy defended pieces and heavy defended pawns, and actually they restrict a lot white's pieces. And now when you take a closer glance, where will white hit? So white needs to open his position. He needs to open files, but how? It's not so simple. But another story is of being safe. Now black is safe, if you ask me, but being able to get something tangible, then black will also needs to start to take some risks to open the position where white's rooks might start to play.
Yeah.
David Anton, I can predict that he will burn 15 minutes more. This is my prediction. And if in that game, if we have clock time, you will see that he will start thinking for a long now. And as I said, he's very worried. That's my feeling. But we have a move.
Is about to make a move? No.
Or?
And it is G3.
Best move according to the engine, but very tough move to lose flexibility.
There was also the same structure and same move in the game of Giri against Aryan Tari.
So we have this nice info. Thanks, Sotiris, for that. So G3, 16 minutes.
Wow.
So that was huge, but as I said, understandable.
And the other moves also has been not played blitzed. G4 and B6 has been spent around 7.5 minutes by Black, but Vincent is also spending heavily his time when he played F3 and also another knight to C4. Yeah, this is really nice stuff for us.
Grishchuk is no longer around. I know that Kasparov spent 60 something minutes or 58 minutes for his move, and Grishchuk was the one with the record 72 minutes for one move.
How much time he had?
And then
Eternity.
normal game. Maybe it was 2 hours or maybe even 1.5 hours, and then he ended up with 5 minutes, and then he went to his blitz mode, but 72 minutes for one move.
That's crazy.
But the problem is when you're thinking, when you sometimes have some problem in your life, and it's not only about chess, then time flies. And when you are bored, when nothing to think about, then of course 72 minutes looks like a crazy amount of time.
Yeah.
But for him, if you would ask him, probably he would say I was thinking 20 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Don't feel. The craziest experience for me as a commentator was by Vasily Ivanchuk against Levon Aronin, I think, World Cup 2017. He thought about 40 moves, Ivanchuk. He had equal position, but equal position, but not draw. Then suddenly he stood up. He made a round in one place. He sat down, thought another I don't know how many minutes, and he played blunder. And
yeah, I'm not surprised with Chucky.
All of us, it was a semi-finals. We had basically only 2 games in progress. It was the last game because the other finished. And you can imagine just our reaction there. First of all, no moves for 40 moves, and then we had this spin and then blunder in the position. But that happens very often, that a lot of coaches are advising students not to think more than 15 minutes. But when you don't know what's the plan, when the position is difficult, not necessarily lost, just difficult, you just need to spend some time to figure it out what is happening.
Yeah, since it's a critical point and you need to decide about your plan, your strategy, and if you pick up wrongly, no need for time on your clock, so it's very important to solve it.
The game Abdusattorov won for us. Abdusattorov gave up his piece on d5.
I'm not surprised, and this is a great decision, because now you're changing the profile of the game, and you're getting some space for your pieces. This is a really, really great approach, and those players are sometimes, like I like to joke, difference between a grandmaster and beginner, that beginner tries to save things when it's already over for a long train, has left the station for many hours, while grandmaster is at least trying to change outcome when there is still some chance to do it. And you could see here maybe few moves, and if Black has managed to increase some pressure, it will be too late. So this is a sign, that's why they are much better than me. This is a sign of great quality, that you sense that it's a moment to do a drastic measure, which sacrificing a piece for 2 pawns for sure is. And I like this. I appreciate this a lot. This is a huge thing because it's also psychological. It's not just quality of the move. I'm not even.
And it also has a tactical motive, because the bishop on d7 is hanging, and if you move this bishop either on e6 or c6 with a tempo, then bishop c4 wins a piece. Queen is. Can we show that?
How about knight b6? Why knight b6 is now?
Knight b6 should be the move, but we can also just demonstrate the possible blunder.
Okay, so bishop e6.
E6, let's say. And after that, we can just take the knight on c4. You cannot take it back because queen is hanging. And when you take the rook, now I'm going to have this bishop on d5, which is aiming the pawn on f7. That's the weakness. And white will build up the play on this pawn. And the white clearly has extra 2 pawns at this moment. Or in the worst scenario, white will remain 1 pawn.
There was a famous game, Auerbach versus Spassky, where Spassky in King's Indian. He was not a big fan of King's Indian, and I was not surprised that he played that opening not in a great way. So white was dominating, blocking the center, and then preparing this pawns avalanche on the king side. It looked like one-way street, and suddenly Spassky plays nice c6, gives piece for nothing for a pawn, but completely confused Auerbach, and then in I don't know how many moves he was already winning. And I'm showing this game as a drastic example of changing the profile of the position and undermining your opponent. That was also the case in one game, Kirill Georgiev versus Ivan Sokolov. Kirill Georgiev was world number 10 even as well, and Kirill was in his prime. He was the one who would try to squeeze his opponents in slightly better positions, and he was very skillful. And then Ivan realized that he will suffer for hours, and he sacrifice a piece, and Kirill got completely shocked, almost felt from his chair, and got so confused that he was even lost. But in the end, like in Spassky game, it ended up in a draw. So that quality, Abdusattorov has it. Gukesh, as I mentioned, has it, but the problem is you would expect that he's not defending all the time. This is very important for top players.
And he was about to move the knight away.
Yeah, knight
we
d6.
have this camera
knight
to
d6.
see exactly where he was pointing. Now he's not. Yeah, it takes some more time. Knight to b6. While you were telling us this story, I had a chance to analyze with the engine what might happen here. Rook is hanging. So
how on earth you did get to this position?
I went towards the end game. So now rook to d6 is a correct move. And I think Abdusattorov has already played. Point is that after you take the pawn on b2, I have this move queen to e3.
Okay.
And I'm attacking the knight on b6. You can't move the knight away, obviously. You have to play rook to b8. And now it increased more and more for white here, because there are like plenty of moves. One of the easiest moves is rook e to d1 to attack on the d file. And seems like black is not only struggling on the d file, but also pawn on f7 is not guarded anymore. So what happens if black is not taking this bishop? I asked engine what black should play.
Yeah, not taking on b2
sounds
like a logical way not to play with fire. So either moving
the move is here bishop to c8.
Yeah.
Bishop c8 or bishop f5, but bishop c8 is the most accurate move to keep this bishop here. Now after c3 makes sense to block this dark square bishop. Black has this idea to play knight to c4. I want to show the line that I have here, if you can make that. After c3, knight goes on c4. Attacking the rook. And this actually decreases the advantage for white. So if you accept the pawn sacrifice here, if you take the bishop c4, pawn takes c4, queen takes c4, bishop gets back on e6 to hit the pawn on a2, and white has this option to sacrifice an exchange and to have that position with how many pawns? 4 pawns.
4 pawns.
For a bishop, yeah.
Yeah, from my experience, I was always the one with the piece versus pawns, because I believe that it's possible to fight. And in my practice, actually, it was proven from time to time. I'm curious regarding this knight c4. So I would search for also for white instead of c3. I'm curious, is there an option to exploit this activity of white pieces? So knight c4 is coming, is a threat. So I was thinking how to exploit something with with white's position, but maybe there is no way since knight c4 is coming in any option. Okay, quite an interesting one. Now Jordan is thinking to go bishop c8 or bishop f5. Here David Anton, as I said, I'm not surprised. I don't believe in this position with the black pieces. No matter what engine says, I think it's very hard to keep this engine bar closer to equality, that you need to have 3700 rating, which those players don't have. Regarding this position, is slightly better for white, but usually from my experience in practice, it ends up in a draw, because bishop is too strong, and this dream of placing knight on f5 and dominating, it's not simple at all. How about Aravind versus Yakuboev? One tiny difference, h6, while all other moves are perfectly normal, and it's still unclear. White is not actually playing his moves so fast. And Maksudlu versus Gukesh, typical structure. As I said, Magnus knows what to do here. He's always going out to problems in a favorite version. Slightly better for white, but many things. f5 was played in Navarra versus Niemann. Okay, a normal way to go. This game should end up quite soon.
Yeah, seems like David has really easy game today, had not really real issues, and in his commentary he mentioned that at the beginning he was not so sure, because he's the lowest rated player and probably everyone would try to score against him, but it turns out that he has not lost any single game, right? He has made draws and of course a few victories.
So Katie, regarding Gukesh and Aravind, we touched this this topic of maybe excitement winning versus world champion. Not many people have it in their CV. How was the interview?
Against Aravind?
With Aravind.
Against Aravind.
Yeah.
Interview against Aravind.
Yeah, you won.
I won indeed. Yeah, he's very kind. He's very polite. He's quite open, actually. I had an interview before him against David Navarra, and you can imagine David is, he likes to show everything, and took a little bit more than we expected. So Aravind was kind enough to wait for us right after his very tough game, and he was very patient. So
was he excited after his win?
I would say that he was not excited as I would be or you would be if we beat the world champions.
Yeah, I suggest that we take a look of that interview.
Okay, let's take a look at that.
I believe that we have it ready.
Yeah.
So let's hear his thoughts.
We have Grandmaster Aravind after winning against Gukesh. Very nice end game, and congratulations. How do you feel?
Thank you. So it was a hard game for actually both of us getting into the game. Both of us are having a very bad tournament. But I knew one would be happy at the end of the day. And it turned out to me. And of course the other has to go through depression. It was very hard to actually play this game. But yeah, I'm happy that I broke my losing streak and managed to win a single game.
Congratulations once again. The game itself was very interesting, and we thought that there are so many tactics, and also we felt that Gukesh was pressing and he had a lot of ideas there. How did you felt during your game? If you can also show that moments.
Like I'm not sure about the opening part. Like I don't know if I'm actually worse or not, but I mean I could not see a clear advantage for him. So that gave me some confidence, to keep the game going. But I knew there was a game between Wakido versus Wakido, but I could not remember the exact order. But yeah, maybe I could have actually taken on c4 first, but I'm not sure. It was actually important that for me to find this resource with bishop e5 knight e6 and bishop d4, knight f7 and bishop d4. Otherwise I was completely losing. I thought here it can actually, as it happened in the game, it actually got kind of double-edged, because my pawns can get dangerous in future. Yeah, as it actually happened in the game, maybe I don't know if he can also take on h8 first, then knight e6, then I go king d6, knight g5, and king d5, and I think I can survive with my coincide pawns, I guess. But in the game, actually, he took on d4, cd, knight h8, rook h8. I think he actually played well. He found this nice resource with bishop e3 and bishop d4 and rook into c3.
During the commentary, we were thinking about bishop to d2 move instead of bishop d4. Have you considered that move?
What? Of course, with the intention of taking on c3, right?
Yeah.
Yet it was
or
more or
same,
less. Maybe it could be better, but I'm not worse, I guess, at any moment. So I was happy about that, but yeah, still at the same time, I'm not winning as well. So, but the next crucial moment came here, when.
If I may ask you, what was the evaluation of this position? Because you have two knights, and he has this. He started to launch this pawn on the king side. Would you consider having a big advantage, or it was slightly better for you?
No, I think both of us knew it was equal. It has to be 0.00. But one of the crucial factors, I believe, was his time. He was actually getting low on time. Also with knights, it actually can get tricky, as it happened in the game. So I wanted to not let him to make any direct draws. Direct way to equalize the position. So I found this king c4, which was actually interesting. Actually, he could have actually taken on g6. Then I give a check on e2, king f1, knight d4. I mean, thought some pressure, the rook h8 coming next. But I think it should be equal, with precise play. But in the game, he gave a check on c1. And he found this nice move, b4 and rook b2. Now, if I actually, go b4, he can take on g6 and rook d2. His rook on d2 is very solid, preventing all of my pieces. Especially, preventing my knight to jump on a2, and so I played knight e5. The next crucial moment came here actually. Here f4 actually weakened his king side squares. After knight c4, my knight is coming on e3, and maybe I thought the game during the game rook d2 was more solid. After rook d8, he goes king f1. Because even now knight c4 is not that effective, as doesn't have any squares, after rook d3. So maybe f4 was the final error, I thought. But yeah, after f4, yeah, it's more. It got very difficult for him. I mean, here actually I saw the engine. The only move to say was some was some rook g5 or something. it is crazy actually. King f1, he has to go some knight d2, king e1, some knight c3, rook e5, he's fine. So also king h2 is also fine, but knight d2, like it was the 40th move. Also here he blended with rook f3. So like rook d3 I think kind of holds, I guess. But after b4 I don't know how it can actually like proceed, but it's always difficult for him. No.
When he played this rook f3, he had like seconds on the clock.
It was the 40th move actually, so so.
And
so
the
yeah.
most crucial in
Exactly,
the game, yeah.
yes. Also like it's because like that was the only move he had to. I mean if he had time, I think he would have definitely found rook d3. But I'm happy that it turned out to be a 40th move.
Can you please also show us this 93? It looked so beautiful.
Yes, because like I had time to actually calculate like after when b4 should be winning, but I thought like 93 is more direct and like is winning on the spot. So I mean the only line I had to calculate was this. I think takes king g4, rook g3, I guess, and I can also take on, but like this. I mean I can queen with check, so he doesn't have f7 at the end. So and after this I think it was more or less over. Rook e3. I mean here I played rook f1. Maybe he could have tried king h3, but I mean I had like two ways to win, I guess. Like one was to go rook h1 and rook h6. This is winning. Also the other win was after king h3. I can even like sacrifice my rook with missing something. This maybe I can start with king a3 actually. This runs into some f5 like tricks. I can actually start with this. Yeah, so this is winning in game. So.
When chess player makes the move and it's a blunder, that it takes a second to notice it, right? Even before you press the clock, very often you just see, but you can take the move back. Was that a case when Gukesh played this rook f3 that he figured out immediately, and you figured out that it was a blunder, or you took a deeper thought?
No, I thought like practically it was difficult for him like at that point. Like probably f4 was the crucial mistake, I would say, because like it allowed my knights to like jump on like e3, e2 squares. Maybe if he had played rook d2 instead of f4, like I guess the game would have like ended in a draw. But I think time actually like played a crucial factor, I would say.
And if I may ask you, how did you spend your rest day? Was that also important to have this rest day between the games and to have some new energy? Because it seems to be really demanding tournament. Every day is such a strong opponent. So how did you spend your day off?
Honestly, I did not prepare much. It's like I wanted to have more energy for the game. So I was actually sleeping the whole day, so it's so maybe I will do the same for the rest of the days, maybe.
And I know that for Indian chess players, and I also have a lot of friends, it's so important to have this Indian food when they are traveling in Europe. Have you found your favorite restaurant here in Prague? Indian restaurant?
Not really, but yeah, I'm happy if there is vegetarian option for me, so I can travel anywhere with vegetarian. So it's not that I desperately want Indian food, but I can manage with vegetarian food.
Okay, that's great. That's great. Thank you so much for coming into our studio and share your thoughts about your game. And hopefully we're gonna meet again in this room.
Yeah, hopefully I can continue my winning streak. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, very interesting interview.
He was very honest, right?
Yeah, in the meantime, Katie, we have almost exact position in Nodirbek Abdusattorov versus Jordan van Forest, since the game took the following course. So after rook d6, rook d6, bishop f5 instead of bishop c8, but with the same concept, and knight c4
Oh.
and bishop e6. So it's the same position.
Uh-oh.
Will he sack on e6?
Yes. Yes. He will.
Your prediction was super precise, since they ended up here.
I think he will sacrifice it because if the queen moves away, then black will start to capture the pawn on a2, then attack on b2. Black has this beautiful pair of bishop, right?
Yeah, let's just show it.
Yeah.
Of course, it's possible not to sacrifice, but those two bishops are too strong, and the white pieces, they don't have any way to attack something. So rook e6 takes, queen e6 is the normal way. If you go somewhere, then queen a2 probably is enough counterplay for black. So rook e6, f takes. Okay, rook e6 or queen e6, probably queen e6 check is more to the point, but anyway, we'll get into this position. And as I said, 3 pawns are not enough to win because pieces tend to fight versus those pawns. So additional one is on f2. Is that pawn of importance? That's the question.
Yeah, the problem here in this position is that white pawns are not that active. If the pawns are a little bit farther on the other side of the board and has a different structure of the chain, then these pawns could be much stronger. Something like c2, b3, a4. So then leaves bishop on the g7, this dragon bishop. Not doing much, but now as the pawn is on b2 and the pawn is on c3, once you push one of those pawns, the other will be lost or weakened. So that's true that bishop is equal for 3 pawns, and here white has 4 pawns, but it's not enough to
also win. It's important which profile of the piece black has, since if here this would be a knight, let's say pawn on g7 and knight on f6, this knight would defend the king, but wouldn't be so active in stopping opponent's pawns, while bishop has this role of defending your king and at the same time being active and quickly joining the attacking possibilities if this happens. So I believe in bishop. And as I said, maybe white is on the better side of a draw, but it's very hard to start pushing your pawns in front of the king. Maybe if white manages to exchange, let's say that we do
Parham alert.
Yeah, if Parham is here, then it's usually
something
fine.
interesting.
Let's say that we start to, now it's black turn. Let's say that we start with some queen exchange. Is it black? Okay, it's white move. Let's say like
A3.
this. This is a serious advantage now for white. This kind of position. Maybe not a winning one. I still believe in pieces, in a piece, but this is something which white would love to do it. By the way, grandmasters tend to think immediately about exchanges. Which side an exchange favors. And then you realize, you try to dig, you realize, okay, this favors my opponent, so I will try desperately to avoid it. And while the side for whom exchanges are in favor, he will try to chase or do some things to offer that queen exchange and base his strategy on that concept. So here black should keep the queens on the board. That would be a conclusion. Problem with engine is that it doesn't say it's equal, but you should keep the queens. That means that yourself you need to make some moves and then realize it. This is additional thing where you need some experience. As I said, maybe white is on a better side of a draw, but I wouldn't be so concerned with the black pieces. That would be my conclusion.
Very interesting situation in the game of Maxodlu and Gukesh. Let's jump there right now and check it out what is happening. As we have seen, Gukesh glued to his board, has not even moved in this game actually. His latest move was f5, and he tried to look for some kind of counterplay in here. After pawn takes, he decided to take with the bishop, and here Parham decided to move the rook to e1 first without I would like to show some line there.
Let's just check g takes. Maybe here's something that was maybe his initial idea and something was missed. So what can be an issue here? Maybe there is some tactical issue which stays hidden, and then you have a feeling that he voluntarily left to this went to this position.
Was it f4 there?
Maybe there is some
f4.
There is some trick, and then e4. Is some queen h5 coming or something, or g4? I think that he actually changed his mind, that his initial idea was g takes f5, which is more positionally sound. I don't know, g4 probably is not a good not a move, so g4, engine says g4. So maybe this is something which in the end he decided that is too dangerous, and what to do, sad necessity to take bishop f5. But I believe that f5 was played with the idea of g takes f5, but then he changed his mind, and now he needs to defend this unpleasant position.
And perhaps played rook to e1. He could also play this knight takes f5, pawn takes f5, but I think he just built up some kind of trap, because what he just did after rook to e1, Gukesh moved this bishop away, and now white has this nice move f4. And when black takes the pawn, can we make it on the board? f4, pawn takes f4, white takes with g pawn, with the initial idea to push f5 and just open up the king side.
Okay, but this is not so simple. Here black's problem is that this knight had a role to attack a4 and to lock this rook, and now when we switch the play towards king side and middle of the board, this knight lost a role because it cannot jump to e4, it's not attacking d3, so this knight would be much better now somewhere around the king. So here, okay, f5 is not simple move at all, because you don't want to open the position when there is a bishop, but maybe there is some tactical. So let's say king h8, you said f5, takes knight f5 is not a move, so there is something special. Is it rook g1 first? Probably. And then, okay, I'm pawn down, but I'm having this attacking possibilities. And what about queen e5? Why this is wrong? Some king h1 or rook g3? No, rook g3. Okay, but this is not simple at all. Allowing f4.
Ooh.
Congratulations
What
to
is
the
it?
engine, but for human this is...
Wait, can we find a move here? Good luck.
It's so sometimes unbelievable how engine says that it's obvious and you're better with the next move of this
rook
kind.
g5.
Bravo, Katie. Yeah, true. This is a winning move. To see this so well in advance is not simple at all.
If Parham doesn't want to have all these complications, obviously he should not push f4. There's this additional move, knight to g4. Attacks the pawn on e5, attacks the f6 and h6 square, and forces black to take the knight. So instead of having a hanging pawn, Parham decided to go in the position against the isolated e5 pawn.
So from my point of view, this was the position a few moves ago. So white is always thinking about playing f4, black is thinking about playing f5. f5 is connected with g takes f5, not with bishop f5. As I said, bishop f5 was a sad necessity because he realized that after f4, g4 is maybe too strong, and in the end I will be worse. Let's play bishop f5. Now from positional point of view, the idea you are having knights, you don't want to open the position, you want to target main weakness of the position of black. So here normal would be to move around, and I'm not surprised that Parham now plays rook a1, and he's trying to surrender this pawn on e5. So for me, this is a normal strategy. Now, of course, Engine says that you should break all the principles, that you should open the position, because it sees that there is some super hidden point 5 moves afterwards.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I see that Hans Niemann and David Navara are leaving the playing venue. They have finished their game. Not too much of events in this game. They finished rather early. And sometimes you just need an easy game, you know.
The problem is that this is too theoretical, and that was the game, hang on. Too theoretical, and I mentioned this was played so many times. You have games of Aronian, of Anand, Sargsyan, and slight plus, but not much is going on here in this structure. I think for the first time I saw it 25 years ago, this exact position. And it was considered in some chess informants as slightly better for white, but not much. Okay, so by the way, Abdusattorov took on e6 with the rook, and they play 4, which is understandable because in my version, queen takes e6, king goes to h8. Now about, but now black should start attacking the king. Is it queen d8 a move? Maybe queen g5. Probably some of those moves will be played. And as I said, I'm not afraid for black in this position. I'm more afraid for black in this position. And here white is burning a lot of time. Now Vincent is trying to find how to proceed.
I kind of see this game as the following scenario, that they will go down to minutes in this game, and then some of the side decides to open up the position. Mostly white has to decide that, and then we might have this decisive result.
But Katie, let's go back to Maksudlu versus Gukesh. So now the advantage for white is more than +1. Again, world champion. In a normal opening, we cannot call this super tough new system. For white is again not on the verge of defeat, but not far as well. b3, of course, for me it's logical. Engine would say, as I mentioned, Engine says now that you should play f4, which is counterintuitive.
No, Engine says knight g4 here.
Yeah, I think b3 is completely normal move in this position.
You need to guard your pawn on a4. You don't really are in hurry, so black cannot do much about it.
Also,
so I like
maybe
this move,
planning,
b3.
I don't know, at some point to jump to c4 to extra cover this square.
Only downside of this move is that black can play now queen to e7 and just chases white's queen to be traded. So white could keep the queen on the board. Obviously, that's much better because black's king is a little bit more exposed. But now after queen to e7, you have to take the queen.
I think that this is something he won't do it. I'm speaking about black because I think that this is suffering without any counterplay. So I don't know, probably knight c4 now or what. I think he will avoid this endgame. By the way, from my point of view, this is more unpleasant position for black than Engine says. I think now Gukesh will burn 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and if you would ask him, he would be completely disappointed with the position. But it's really now, I don't know, I feel, as I said, I like Parham as well, but I would love to see world champion, to see him in a better shape.
Yeah.
Okay, so
tense game.
let's maybe switch. Okay, by the way, Jordan has played Queen F5, perfectly sound move if you ask me. While Vincent just did King F1, he wants to prepare this King block on G2. Let's check challengers. Let's see what do we have there. We have pawn up for white. This is interesting, but a fabulous counter play for black, and Finek needs to find a way how to move on. And how about this one? So is white better? No, black is better here.
What is this queen doing on d5?
Okay, this is nice point in the middle, behind enemy lines.
It looks like Go, that you can capture the piece when you're surrounded by the pieces. Have you ever played Go?
No, not really. You?
Yes.
Oh,
I know that a lot of players love to play Go, chess players, like top players, and they found it very useful for their strategy, because you need to have a strategy to capture the pieces. I don't know much of the theory, but most of the Chinese players, they like to play Go as well.
okay. This position, next one, reminds me a bit like a Go position with many pawns spreaded.
Not the star looking like pawn structure, right?
Yeah. So white should be better, for sure. More potential. And black needs to spend some time to get rid of this edge pawn. So king g7, h6, or maybe f6 at least. So it looks better for Joachim. And how about Biere versus Divya? That's a mess. And it seems that Jonas has managed to come up with some mutual chances. Ganguly versus Jujiner. Typical exchange sacrifice. This is what you can see in many positions, that black needs to sacrifice, and probably it's good enough. So Jujiner is having a good position, but as I said, being able to get something out of it, something more than a draw, it's not so simple. Have a feeling that today we have some calmer round, no crazy games.
Just like yesterday, and at some point they started to be very creative, and we had it all, a lot of fun, and we also had a decisive result. Yeah, I think Challengers is more calm than the Masters. Do we have any more game to cover in this?
That's about it. I think it's a moment that we make this stroll around with the cameras. I like this to show you the playing hall a bit. So you can see the action. I love this view.
I love this view.
Yeah.
You know this meme? You don't know the meme. You guys, if you know what I mean, you can let us know in the chat. Open tournament, a lot of participants. Some of them has been finishing the game. It's actually quite interesting that we have big hall, a lot of people, and it's not that loud actually. It's quite silent there. We also have spectators.
But it's slowly getting to that phase of the game where there's some turning points. Yeah, now it's good to come. Usually I'm saying this to TV. You know what's usual, that you invite to the first round. TV usually opening ceremony is right before the first round, and then TV crew comes, shoot this opening ceremony, and start shooting the games. And if it's classical chess, then after 50 minutes, they are gone, saying it's so boring. There is no action. No one is nervous. Of course, when you came at the beginning of the game, if you come to the last part, or to for example time trouble, then you would see people nervous. You would see the action. But this is typical. You invite TV to make a report at the beginning of the round.
That's why I don't invite them. You know, they're no fun. Yeah, look at this. Like sometimes when you're late to the round, you have to stand.
Mm-hmm.
We have some people there just standing on the background observing the games.
Yeah, but it's nice to see this combination, and as you said, it's fully packed. Our futures are fighting hard. At some point we will show you some interview of our youngsters. You can see them on the left.
Yeah, and we do have...
Yeah, speaking of futures, I believe, Kathy, that, okay, we have some results. Nadezhda Stojanovic, Hari Krishna's wife, is collecting score sheets. We are now in a hibernating mode in many games. As you said, maybe it's a moment that we show them, also our youngsters. I think it's important for them to give them also some boost of confidence, support, to hear their opinion, not to be completely in the shadow of top players.
We have with us in the studio the leader in the Futures Tournament, Christina Jordan, who is having 4.5 points after 6 rounds. You just win a very important game. Congratulations. How do you feel?
I feel very good. I mean, the game wasn't that good, but yeah, I tried my best, and in the end I was just kind of lucky that I won, but yeah.
If you can please tell our viewers a little bit about you. How old are you? Which country do you represent? And what is the best tournament that you have played?
Well, I'm from Switzerland and I'm 14 years old. And the best tournament I've played, I don't really know. I've played in a lot of tournaments, and this is a really good one. Yeah.
Well, that's really good. You had really a crazy game today. If you can tell us from this moment how the game went.
Well, I was not that good here in this position. I couldn't do much. I mean, there was just like standing here, and she could have just put pressure on h2, and I think in a lot of moments rook takes h2 was possible, and I couldn't really do much. I mean, rook takes h2, king takes.
You can make the moves maybe, so you can pop the board.
I'm not sure if it's okay in this person.
It's okay.
But like not here. Sorry.
Yes.
Like I think she played queen f2, and I think that's okay. I mean. And then I played knight b3, and I think here it's already possible to take. I'm not sure, but this g3, I have to go back, and this just doesn't look good at all. I mean, rook d2 and king, and the rook comes in, and I don't know what to do in this position. I mean, yeah, it's not good at all. But she didn't do it, so I think here it's like okay. I mean, still h2 is a possibility, but she took here on d4, rook d1, and here I think just rook a3 was like winning. I mean, I'm down a pawn, and I can't do much in this position. And yeah, but she castled. I don't know why, and then it should have been a draw the whole time. It's all a draw. I tried some things here, and I think g5 was not necessary. I think just bishop c3 or something. And yeah, here this was just a blunder because I can take the pawn. And yeah, after bishop f5, I can takes this, and I'm just threatening h4 or rook takes g5 here in this position. So she has to go away and h4, and it's just one. Yeah.
Wow. Well, it has been really tough game for you, but you managed to keep still and wait for your moment. If you can share with us how your training routine looks like, and also another question, how you're combining chess, tournaments, trainings, and school.
So like normally I just like do school and my homework, and then after that I do like chess, like openings and tactics and all of that. I think I do like maybe an hour or 2 hours per day, I try to, and I play a lot on Lichess or chess.com just to like practice stuff. And yeah, and it's hard to like combine school and chess because it's both very difficult, but I think right now in school it's okay to just do more chess, and school is like a little bit after that.
Do you have some kind of these moments when you're going back to school after winning some tournament, how they are greeting you? Is there anything special benefits you are getting?
Like it's pretty cool because like if I do tournaments during school, I don't have school for that time, and I mean it's pretty hard to like get all the stuff that the people had in school and do it on my own, but I managed pretty well. And right now school is not too difficult, and it's kind of cool just saying, yeah, I was like there and there for a tournament for 2 weeks and you were in school, and yeah, and I won and stuff like that. That's pretty cool, yeah.
Oh, that's amazing. And how do you find it here in Prague? If you had some time to go outside to have some sightseeing, and just in general, how do you enjoy here?
I think the atmosphere here in Prague is pretty good. This tournament is also pretty good here right now. And Prague, I did not see that much, but it's pretty cool here. And like I was on the rest day, we were on like this hotel on the 24th floor or something, and it was just beautiful view up there. And yeah, it's pretty cool here. Yeah.
And a final question, then I'll let you go and have some rest and preparation. The Grandmaster, Pia Kromling, is the ambassador of Futures Tournament, and she was here with us. Yesterday you played against her. How does it feel to have this opportunity to meet one of the greatest female chess players?
It's such a great opportunity, and I was pretty nervous meeting her because like she's just that good, and like she's like one of the best female players ever, and it was really great being able to play against her, and I made a draw, and I think that's very, very good. But yeah.
Oh, that's huge. That's huge to make a draw. Well, thank you very much for your time to come here in our studio. I hope that things will go on your way and you will get this title.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, we had an interview with the leader of the Futures Tournament from Switzerland. Her name is Christina Jordan, and that's the name that we for sure will learn more and more in the future, because she seems to be rocking this tournament, but also being quite smart.
Yeah, I'm shocked the way how she's relaxed. She's speaking so openly, without any hesitation and everything. So big kudos to her, to parents, everyone involved, and as you said, it's nice the way that you're leading the tournament, you're rocking the tournament, but it's also
how you present yourself.
Yeah, that's already visible that she's very good in that.
Yeah, I think new generation is really good at this. We also have some of the young girls like being very open for the interviews before the game. When I'm in the playing venue, we had this lovely girl from Italy. That's something very nice, you know. It's not only the board, like all of us like to focus, but you can also just show others about yourself. So I think this generation is just amazing.
Luckily in my time there was only radio, or maybe interviews are not saved or published somewhere, because now I believe that it was horrible. I would be a patzer comparing to those people, how they are presenting and doing. So yeah, I'm so impressed. My beginning of my career, I would say that.
I heard the sadness in your voice. Come on.
No,
Maybe we should repeat and do another interview, and you can sound, confident and solid and everything. Jordan Van Forest, the sole leader of the Masters tournament, he shows that he's confident. He shows that he's well prepared, top ranked player. Today he has a bit of challenge. We have to admit that Abdusattorov put up compared to the other games when he had already some advantage. Jordan has been faced another leader of the tournament yesterday. David Navara made a draw, and now he is facing Abdusattorov, another player who's very close to him.
Yeah, I would love just to add that as I was expecting Jonas Bjerre to create something, it seems that I was misguided, and that the game is actually totally equal, and players agreed to a draw. So Jonas Bjerre versus Divya has just ended in a draw. Other games in that group they are still far away from clear. So let's go back to Masters, as you were mentioning. Here we have some more stuff happening. So in Keymer versus Anton, around here we left, and this is a position where White is hoping to place his king to g2, which probably will happen, and then to switch with his rooks to an other side. Crazy how queen and king will become a main blockading pieces. At the same time, Maksudlu is pressing versus Gukesh, but it seems that Gukesh is in that mode of defending himself, where he's excelling, and here we have
this is nice.
Interesting position. Sicilian at its best. Now White is of course hoping to place the bishop to d3 and to press. I recall one Veselin Topalov's analysis of similar pawn structure, and the opening at Vaikanzi, where he was just explaining, I played my bishop to e4, and then I played this, and then I played that, and long term black is suffering. So he knew those details by heart. While in this game, as I said, it's very hard to push pawns. Okay, so you made it to the 4th rank, but what next? How do you push?
Yeah. All the pawns are just blocked. You can push a pawn because the queen will capture. You can push the b pawn because c3 pawn is hanging. And if you push c4 pawn, then bishop anyway takes on b2, and the rook on e4 is hanging.
So what do you do? You cannot push those pawns, so you can do something with the king side pawns, but g4 of course opens a Pandora box, which
Black
usually
has a bishop. It's extra piece, right? You don't want to risk that much.
Now we will see, is there any chance for Abdusattorov? He needs to come up with something in next 3-4 moves, something tangible, but as I said, I don't see anything here for White. In the meantime, David has just made this b5. So this is an important step, because I believe that a5, c5 would make him too passive, and now he's hoping to create something before drops a pawn, actually 2 pawns, so he needs to come up with something else.
What about c5 here?
c5. Okay, that's a move. This rook g5 was very important to stop queen f5. So this is the move. Okay, white can play b3, but engines are not sure. b5 has been played. c5 has been played, and now it's Vincent's turn to come up with something. Okay, I can play b4. Is this super crazy and silly?
I like that move.
And it stands the
Does
test,
he plays
but
b4?
king g2 was played.
Okay. I love b4 actually.
Yeah, I think b4...
Just to open up the position, right? Maybe you're not winning anything now, but you can always open up the file for the rook. So maybe now it's time to block the queen side, not to allow b4 at any moment.
Okay, but if you play b4, that means that you are actually accepting suffering, maybe with big chances for a draw, but you might get some unpleasant surprise if white manages to regroup. So let's say that you push b4, bishop d2, then I go back to c4, play b3, transfer this bishop, hoping on c3, d4 or whatever. That would be a tough choice. Because as a top player, you don't want to play without any counterplay. So I would be surprised that b4 happens.
It's going queen. Where the queen
But
goes. He has to control c6 square, right? So queen d6 has been played.
Okay, now the rook is free to go. But I love this way. So how queen is... Okay, black will also untangle his own one. Because now if you move the rook, let's say that I play something like rook a1, you can play also rook b8, because if I take, you're coming back and attacking me.
Oh, that's cool. The queen is trapped.
But queen is working anyway from afar. Parham finally played your move, knight g4 stuff, and it's Gukesh turn to defend.
Yeah, the pawn on e5 is hanging 3 times. So I thought that black will give up the bishop for the knight, but it did not happen. But instead of that, bishop f5 came to cut the 5th rank.
Very tense moments in practically all the games. In Abdusattorov versus Fun Forest, we will have a final verdict very soon. It seems that Abdusattorov is not pressing. In Keymer versus David Anton, now it's Vincent's turn to come up with something. Aravind versus Yakuboev, Sicilian fight, and Maksudlu is pressing versus Gukesh.
Interesting games.
But turning points of the game. Still, there is no huge advantage.
But something is cooking in the game of Keymer and David Anton, same as Aravin and Yakuboev and Maksudlu and Gukesh. They are just preparing some big changes in the game. Very close to the time pressure. Let's see, Aravin has already 6 minutes. The other players have good time. Nothing to worry. We have Abdusattorov on the screen. He is a very ambitious player. All of them are very ambitious players, but somehow he has this image that he is extra ambitious among others. If he wins this game, then he can overtake Van Forest because David Navara has made a draw. So this is obviously his ideal goal here, but Van Forest, his final move, rook to f7, he just waits and he just stands.
I would be very surprised that this game, Abdusattorov versus Van Forest, ends up in any other result than a draw. I still believe in White's position in Vincent Keymer's game, and now rook a1 has been played. Aravin versus Yakuboev, very complicated position. And Maksudlu is pressing, but Gukesh is now putting a tough resistance. Abdusattorov just made his h4 move, which doesn't change much, but he's slowly stabilizing his position. Yeah, now it's hard to comment, to pick up the game.
Yeah, let's be silent.
That was a good one.
Everybody.
Yeah, usually we were following Hans Niemann's games, but today they decided to call it a day after this.
Yeah, Hans
opening
always
battle.
knows how to entertain people. That's why he has huge number of the followers, right? There are so many people wanting to know how Hans is doing, and he's trying his best to update the fans.
So regarding social networks, mainly it's X platform, right? Some of them Instagram.
Yeah, I think they are using X usually, like former Twitter. And yeah, Instagram as well. Those are two platforms that is quite popular. Or also YouTube, like Hans Niemann likes to use also his YouTube channel.
Yeah, let's go full screen. Let's give you some time to follow the game. Which one to pick up? I would rather stick maybe to Keymer versus Anton. Let's see what will happen there. We can give you some time to contemplate about that position. It's some Spanish suit he's wearing. David Anton, what do you think, Kathy? I think this is a logo of...
It's a logo of Spanish national team.
Yeah.
And they have the same outfit for the females as well.
Would you know how to say chess in all languages?
We can try.
Okay.
So, in Spanish,
it's ajedrez. Yeah, we know that probably he's... That's why I'm asking.
Yes.
Probably he's wearing something with ajedrez.
In Russian, it's shachmat.
Okay.
In Polish, it's...
You wanted to go to that country, to go to an unknown territory. Now you need to come up with some strong defense. I was expecting that you will go with a German Schach, then English chess, then Italian Scacchi, then what else do we have?
Chinese.
Croatian Schach, Turkish Schach, right?
Satranj.
Satranj, yes, sorry, Satranj. Yeah, Satranj.
Okay, let us know, guys, in the chat. Where are you from? Where are you watching? And how to say chess in your language. We have almost 1,000 people watching live right now.
There was always jokes with. There were some Yugoslav grandmasters, and they were joking. They wanted to make a draw. They were joking that they know how to say draw on all languages. to offer a draw, because then you show that you are polite, and then this tension and actually is gone, and your opponent might accept it more easily than when you are saying on your language or on English language. So we were joking that he knows how to say, I
if
offer
you
a draw.
say in your own language, there is a big chance that they will not even understand.
Yeah. How about you, when you get a draw offer? Do you decline it, or you just play a move?
No, I don't like people who are declining it. I think I like it more, and I do also that when I get a draw offer, I like to put down on my score sheet like the draw sign and equal sign, so my opponent knows that I heard it.
This is according to the rules, by the way. So.
And then I don't want to have any communication with my opponent. And if I make the move, that automatically means that I decline. I found it not pleasant when my opponent plays like "let's play" or "not yet"
This is what
or
I'm
something.
doing. This is what I'm doing.
I don't like that. Some players like to, let's play a little bit, or something like "not now" or something like they're putting you on hold. And in general, I just don't like to have a verbal communication during the chess game.
That was a famous story. Who was playing that game? Was it a Petrosian or someone that said too early, and then at move 5, and then at move 15 he said too late. But I usually what I would do I would say I will think, just to let know to my opponent that I heard it, because I was never fulfilling this thing, writing in a score sheet. And then later I would just say I will play on. Yeah, that was
why I don't like the communication, like verbal communication, because quite often we are sitting close to each other. This is the elite chess tournament, right? That has a history of years. And we have the top players, so they have a lot of space. And as you can notice, there is no boards lined up to each other, right? So, but in the open tournament, if we go the other side of the board, you can see that they're sitting one by one in the half a meter away from each other. So, some people can be really loud. Like, right, you can see here, there's not even 1 meter of the space between each other. So any kind of noise can bother others, not only one player, but like few players around you. Imagine you are sitting on the board 10, you're affecting board 9, both colors, and board 11 as well. So
Katie, we were following European Rapid and Blitz in Kosovo, and do you remember Ivanchuk's cases when he gets flagged, and then people hear it on board 200, not on board 10.
And it's of course it's a scream, and it's a different, like, people are scared of it. It's out of nowhere. It's kind of different, but any kind of talk in the playing venue where there's a pure silence, it's just, I think it's bothering others. So that's why this is the way how I like to deal, and this is how I've been told when I grow up. There are some people where we started to play chess from our childhood, right? But there are some people who are starting it later on, and they are not going through this kind of like normal school that you are learning some of this behavior.
But Katie, if you would be paired against older generations, which against whom I was playing, they would consider impolite if you didn't answer their draw offer, and then will complain for next 5 years. This is a player
this woman who
or this is a player who didn't respond.
But they also smoke during the game, so I'm sorry, but there's always this clash of the generations. Like, they don't like of me not saying something. I don't like them smoking.
You know that my coach was smoking during 5 hours of my class, all of my coaches. And what to do? I wanted to improve in chess.
And you don't smoke because you hated it so much, right?
Yeah, I don't like it at all. Once he paid a visit to my home, so he was also smoking in my house where no one is smoking. So but what to do? That I had a strong desire to improve, and in my time, and it was funny sometimes. and not smoking at home because of children, but then smoking to me like for years. Huh? This is fabulous.
So
no, I
you
cannot
have
smoke
been
at home.
passive,
Yeah, I cannot smoke at home, but I can smoke at training with you for hours. I'm forbidden to smoke because of my children's health. Okay, but what to do? I said, yeah, good luck. So
anything for chess,
yeah.
right?
There were
Yeah.
like famous cases. There was a famous case in a lower league, Croatian league, when one guy resigned, and they were analyzed. One guy heard that there is a draw offer, and he accepted the draw offer. And then when they went to analysis, and after 1 hour, his opponent said, "It was, I think, too early premature that you resigned." And he said, "You resigned? But you resigned." "No, I heard that you offered the draw." "No, but I didn't offer." And then arbiter came. It was a lower league, and then said, "Guys, you need to, move on from that position because you thought that it's a draw. You thought that it's a resignation.
Did not, sign?
One right to 1-0, other one right at the draw." And you know what happened? They started to play over from that position, and the third decide who resigned won. So all three results were in one game.
Wait, what?
The side who resigned won the game. So all three results was in one game.
Wow.
No, but regarding draw offers, it was like famous. Sometimes you have players who are so shy. I offer a draw.
Yeah. Or just put in the hand, and you don't know they're like offering you a draw, or like
you mentioned
resigning.
loud decliners. I was not there in the Turin Olympiad 2006, although I was close to enter the Croatian national team. And my colleagues told me about Nakamura. I think that was Naka's first Olympiad. And they told me about Nakamura declining a draw, that this sound of no, it was so loud that you could have, you could have hear it from a mile.
The end of the room.
So going back to our games, in Abdusattorov versus Farm Forest, hang on, Katie, why is important to give up a pawn? I don't get it.
Oh, rook d1 was a threat.
Oh, was this?
Oopsie.
Was this a blunder? Because now we are having the same position, but without an a pawn. So this must be a blunder. I can't believe that he did this intentionally, right?
I guess so.
This must be a blunder.
I wonder how fast he played g3.
Okay, while you're searching this, let's just check Keymer versus Anton. This is a memorable position. So
1 minute actually. He played in 1 minute.
in 1 minute. So I still believe that white is better, but maybe, as I said, maybe I'm wrong. Now David
What
Anton.
is the side you can choose to play, like, obviously, right? Because of the piece.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of pieces. And Aravind versus Yakuboev, we are slowly getting into severe time trouble. 15 moves for 5 minutes, let's say, for Aravind a little bit less, and you're getting this increment of 30 seconds. King on f8, not great, but what to do, h-file is important for black's rook, and there was an x-ray. Gukesh is fighting for his life. Very tough position, but as I said, he's a fantastic defender, and I immediately see his signature.
In every game, at some point he has to fight for the defense, right? Oh, tough tournament.
Yeah, very tough. You lost the game with the white pieces, and tomorrow you're with the black pieces against very tough opponent. So d4.
Oof. I love that move.
But what's the point after e4? You go knight g5 and allowing some queen h6 or
maybe knight g2, not to allow knight queen h6.
Okay, 92
92.
and actually...
No.
But this is...
95,
95 is the point. Okay, good.
That's pretty.
So...
can we take a very quick look why e takes d4 is not the option?
Okay. Queen takes, king f7, and that should be enough. Winning a piece. So with dividends, and how about cd to include it? This is also wrong. So maybe queen can somehow do some danger from the side. I don't know why cd is so bad. So what's the move here?
That black after e4 95, it's also bad for black.
Mm-hmm.
Are you asking me, or
I'm
I have
asking,
to check?
yeah, I'm asking you. What do you think?
Okay, I like queen f7. It's the first thought that I have to attack the knight and the pawn on b3.
Oh, this is what I like. This must be good. Double attack, sneaky attack. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Inviting knight g5, but okay, knight g5, you take on b3, and this is not the best move. So now I can take e4 because the rook is protected.
Mm-hmm. That was my idea, to protect the rook. I don't know if I mentioned, but
Queen
clearly
f7. No,
that's
you
what I
mentioned
meant.
two things, but actually it's this multi-purpose moves kind with 3 roles in one. Queen f7.
Yeah, it goes.
The best move. Obviously the best move. Just one question. Are Keymer and Anton repeating the moves? Not really. Or? Okay, we don't know yet. Maybe it's a moment that we get this multi-view, because a
Good
lot
idea,
of boards
yeah.
are with action. Actually, sometimes I'm struggling. For example, Grand Chess Tour, I pay a visit and there is a blitz portion, and I'm sitting in the first row, and then I'm trying to focus on one game and I cannot.
Games. Yeah, I also have that challenge. And then in one of the rounds, I said, I'm going to pick the player and just watch that one game, because they're playing so fast and all the games are having the action. But yeah, look at us having this issues of not to know which game to focus.
I solved that problem at the European Women Blitz Championship, because I was following only Kathy's game. So I put Kathy's game and then I followed.
Bravo, Kathy.
Yeah, but you were playing so interesting.
I liked. Actually, I have to admit that after watching that, I was recording the game and my camera shut down. So I was like, maybe it's somewhere on the stream, and I checked and I saw how much you were supporting me. It gave me so much boost that it's so important. Now I don't really. I have a question how Hikaru is so successful, right? He has so many people that is supporting, and
you
it's so
sense
nice.
this, right?
You say you like it so much, and you play for these people.
Hang on, this is a mess. So Queen f7 was played. 95, Queen b3, and now f4 is not the best move. But I don't know which one it is. So what was better here? Something was needed. Maybe Queen a6 is that kind of move to enter. But then knight f7 is coming. I believe that white should move the queen, maybe not to g5. This is a bad move. But somewhere.
Queen d3?
Queen d3. Maybe this is a good
target
try.
G6,
Yeah. Also to prepare d5. So this is a move probably, which should have happened. But now f4, Parham style. In Aravind versus Yakuboyev, yeah, they are really getting long time. And White is better, but black is hoping to come out with. That's why this king f8 was played, hoping to come out with his bishop, which will probably happen. But knight c6 is on the menu. Very tough position. I was praising Yakuboev, and I still have a feeling that he had better positions than his result in standings is.
Yeah, he's actually winning a lot of events, and yeah, a lot of noises around Abdusattorov and Sindarov as well. It's always tough to be around with the others who was also having a good tournament. So this is always like one generation comes and winning all the tournaments.
Have you seen this video of Abdusattorov congratulated by Uzbekistan president, country president at the stadium? Yes. So it's a huge thing in Uzbekistan. And just to remind everyone that Chess Olympiad will take place in Uzbekistan, in Samarkand, in few months, right? In 6 months, something like that, in September this year.
Yeah, I think countries like Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, India, they are appreciating their sport people, so that's pretty awesome.
Have you been to Uzbekistan?
I have been in Uzbekistan. It's a lovely place with a lot of lovely people, delicious food. Yeah, I hope to go this year again because yeah, I had the best memories from Uz Cup. You might recall that we had also a quite nice close tournament with a lot of participants who are here actually.
Queen h1 threatening a checkmate in 1, but now king will hide to e7 or bishop h4 to stop this and to push g5. I like this approach. So he wants to play maybe even g5 and then king g7, but to secure the bishop. Very good way to move on. In the meantime, Vincent Keymer is moving his rook. So is he planning to double at some point and to penetrate? Maksudlu versus Gukesh. CD has been played, so Gukesh can now exchange the queens, which is probably a serious improvement. I have a feeling that Parham has misplayed it.
Yeah, he had a little bit low time on the clock. Right now he has around 5 minutes, and usually these kind of positions you need to spend some quality of time there. 32 moves now, some more moves to be played still in this position. But yeah, maybe he was a little bit in rush to play d4. He could just move around with the pieces, get the close to time control, and then to play. Because this idea is to play d4 goes nowhere, right? Black's pawns are not moving.
I agree.
I should play this tournament. I have all the great ideas, right?
Yeah, that would be also fun for viewers. But also we like to have you here and in the commentary room.
I have a 0 point. I think I will not score any point in this tournament, and I will lose 0 point of rating as well, which is not so bad because their ratings are quite high.
So what's going on? Nodirbek completely abandoning queen side and heading towards the king side. So this was how the game has developed. But this should be a draw anyway. I think we will have a draw in few moves. So let's stay with the camera here. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Bishop f6. Let's see some small talk. They were playing for the same team, Super Chess 2 years ago at the European Club Cup, Nodirbek being board number 2, Jordan being board number 5 mostly. Can you believe that the team with Gukesh, board number 1,
Okay.
Abdusattorov, board number 2, board number 3, Deak, board number 3, sorry, my bad, Pragnananda, board number 4, Deak, board number 5, Jordan van Forest, and what actually is crazy when I'm explaining how strong this team was, that board number 6, Sindarov. And you know which place this team took? 6th place. Can you imagine? Once again, Gukesh, Abdusattorov, Pragnananda, Deak, Jordan van Forest, and
Who
Sindarov.
took the first place?
First was Novi Bor.
Novi Bor. Ah, yes, Novi Bor.
Can you imagine?
Yes.
Was it Novi Bor first? Hang on. Yes, they were first. Yeah, they were first. So it's unbelievable. And I was joking with Ivan Sokolov. I don't know. Fischer is dead. Maybe Kasparov somehow to get him
Also
would help you a bit, because whom to bring? Huh? Can you imagine? So here we have a draw. Nice small talk. I think they are discussing c4. If we would have a lips reader, c4, and maybe replying to chat questions is currently in the progress. c4, but I couldn't remember, so many lines. I wanted to just play something normal, rook a to d1. Yeah, but c4 is unpleasant, because after c4 I need to
Yeah, look at this. His finger is on the other side of the board, for sure.
Yeah, I was not sure. I think, this is how it goes. Because when I play knight e5, I'm at least not worth. So usually this kind of talk is going on.
That is right. So they have a long chat after the game. Sometimes the players are also going to the players analyzing room. We have that space as well with the chessboards, and I have seen some of the players there. But most of them just like to analyze right away.
Both players are in fantastic shape. Just to remind you, Abdusattorov crushing the field at London Classics in December last year. 6.5 out of 7, something like that. And winning Wykanzi, there is I call it wall of fame, not hall of fame. There is a wall of fame in Wykanzi with all the winners, previous years, historical stuff, and I did some report for Croatian TV last year. And when you see those names of, Spassky, Botvinnik, Petrosyan, Carlsen, Kasparov, Karpov, and Abdusattorov was very close few times to win this tournament. He would actually have surrendered this first place only at the last moments. So he was very eager this year to win it, and as I said, he's in a crashing and superb form. Being war number 4 now, between 4 and 5, we can check live 2700 a bit later.
Overtook Vincent.
Yeah. He likes to laugh a lot during the games. He's very serious, but I'm not surprised. When we played this paddle 3 days ago, he was laughing all the time. And then you have Parham, who is also laughing. And what to do? I also started to do the same.
You were also laughing.
Yeah, what to do? Everyone is smiling, everyone is laughing.
He wanted to fit the
you see,
crowd.
so I'm not surprised. He's very serious, but very polite, very nice. They both. So big champions of our sport. So I'm so glad to have them.
Yeah, very nice people.
In the meantime, Keymer and David Anton, they're moving back and forth. Maxodlu has lost some advantage, but this looks scary. F5. Come on. Now it's very unpleasant, because probably engine gives equal position because of this asset of black, but that means that black needs. So what happened here? That black needs to play only moves. Since if being pawn up
Did
with
White just played king h3 in this position? Oh, nice. Nice one.
yeah, it's not pleasant at all.
I like Gukesh's moves here. He just captures all the pawns and still just keeps the position alive. And if Parham is not converting, he's gonna have extra few pawns.
Let's just briefly check Aravind versus Yakuboev. This seems that it went wrong. Something was blunder. So it was a normal position, and he forgot about g5.
So he dropped the bishop?
Yeah, no, yeah. So g5 was not working. He should have probably gone somewhere, but it's not easy to find. Maybe it's already problematic position. So bishop h4, but I love the way at least how he got chances, but now he is lost. Although in practical play, if we get some endgame, when those pawns start to roll, it's not so simple. But the main problem of black is that his rook is completely out of play. So this knight is dominating the rook. A check, king probably cannot go to g7. So e7 is needed. Yep. And how do you move on?
I like that look that Aravind gave to Yakuboev. He plays knight to c6 check.
Yeah, he's opening squares for white's bishop and making black's king even more vulnerable. Quite an unpleasant position for black. How will he stay in the game? So to take or not to take? That's the question.
I would say to take it, because this knight seems to control a lot of squares and being very bothering there on the sixth rank. But if you take, then the pawn is also very close to be promoted. So Yakuboev is not having a good time.
So taking on c6, d takes c6, and the rook is really misplaced. Don't know how to get it in the game. The problem is that black, with this bishop on g3, black doesn't have any attacking possibility. So if this bishop would be on e5, it would be completely different story. Yeah, let's go full screen. Let's check the tension there.
I'm gonna go to the interview room because we have something very interesting there, and we'll be back shortly.
Okay. I will keep up with analysis of the final moments before time trouble, and then Katie will come back later. We will get some material. So what's the situation here? Will we witness some mating net very soon? Probably that will be the case. So Nodirbek's tournament completely collapsed. I was praising him. I was predicting him a good result in this event. So it seems that I will be wrong, but this doesn't change my believing in him. So he is very strong, and in future he will prove for sure. he will fight back. Gukesh is thinking, and in Keymer versus Anton, the game is still without clear evaluation. Aravid is thinking where to go. To get the queen into the play. Somehow queen d1 maybe, or queen e4. Black is hoping to play b4, which is not so simple. According to the engine, it's +5, almost +6, but as you can see, it's not so simple for even top players to find a winning sequence. He's checking the clock and getting lower than 2 minutes, probably. Parham is below, getting below 1 minute, so in case that Aravind doesn't find this winning section. By the way, it seems that Keymer has managed to regroup and that he's outplaying David Anton. So let's go back with our multiple view, because so many things are going on. In Keymer we have d4 played. White is better now, but he needs to be precise. e5 was played, and this seems to be much better for white, because knight e4 is coming, and queen needs to stay connected with the pawn on d4. Aravind still hasn't found the winning sequence. The boards are burning. It's really hard to say which one is more interesting than other. Queen e6 play by David Anton. So, okay, that's a good try. If white takes, then c5, b4 is coming as well. Aravind getting more nervous than usual. 1 minute. Some optimism for Yakuboev maybe. In that game they need to make 5 more moves, and a4 has been played, which is still good. King g5 played by Yakuboev very quickly. He's hoping to push b3. Rook f7. Still good. By the way, in Gukesh versus Parham, I would say all 3 results are possible. Maybe even black is the one who is having more chances. David Anton, he needs to find a way how to create some mess till the time control. So what will Yakuboev do? Yakuboev is thinking. He doesn't look happy at all, which is obvious. David Anton has made the move rook to d8. Probably a good one. Finally, including his rook from edge 8. Rook b8. Aravind will now go queen e4, I think. I think that queen e4 looks the most direct. I don't see anything better. On first glance, yep, queen e4 just been played. You want to give this check on e7. Twenty seconds for Yakuboev. In the meantime, Gukesh is spending so much time and just made this b5 move. Queen e3 here played, stopping in Aravind versus Yakuboev, stopping queen e7 at least. Maybe stopping. It's not clear. Keymer is thinking. Now again it's Gukesh time to make a decision. All boards burning. So sharp, so unclear. Now it's not about engine assessment, because we have this time factor. Aravind is searching for a direct checkmate or forcing win. It's not so simple to find it. When clock is ticking, queen c4. He wants desperately to keep the queens on the board, which is understandable. Gukesh, 30 seconds. David Anton, the same. They're playing on increment now. Yakuboev, so hard to decide about the game. Gukesh, 19 seconds. That's move number 39, so he will make to the time control. David Anton needs to make his last move, and he took on h3, but it seems much worse. Gukesh just did queen d5 on last 2 seconds. Penultimate move. Yakuboev is still lost. Played on the last second, and I believe that since white is out of the time trouble, you can see Aravind just leaving, and this is totally one position. Gukesh versus Maksudlu. One more move for Paham. 7 seconds. 6, 5, and played on last 4 seconds. Queen e1, and Gukesh needs to make a move. He is better now. It seems that he's having a problem when he needs to outplay his opponents, but when he's counter-attacking, he's totally fine. He took on e5, pawn takes e5, and still the position it's not totally clear. He was checking on the screen, is this position 41st move. So you can see the situation. Let's bring the board. So here c4 was played, allowing d4, and it seems that, yeah, it looks like a dead lost position. Rook g5 is hanging. c5 would be a nice tactics because of the hanging rook, but now after some rook g8 he just moves the rook, I believe, and it should be dead lost position. Also there are some ideas with e6 stuff. Yeah, bad position, although I was probably wrong or not very precise, since David Anton had some reasonable position at some point, so I was expecting that this position is worse than it was. And to his credit, he was dealing with it much better than I expected. So as always, he's showing that he's super strong player. Queen g1 played here, king a2. I think it's just a technical phase and nothing will happen in this game. White is totally winning. And in Gukesh, or Maksudlu versus Gukesh, d takes e5. What a mess. Those two passes, they look like winning ones, but White has his threats. It won't be so simple for Black at all. Sometimes this 41st move situation reminds me of some, like, playing cards, and you're getting a hand, and then you need to check what do you have, which kind of strategy to do, because players are obviously not having total control of their positions at some point. Let's go to challengers. So in challengers, this was a crazy game from the beginning, since White was a pawn up somewhere and Black just wanted to have this position with the nice outpost. Now I would say that Black is very fine with this passer, but you never know. In Bertsen versus Ufa, piece up for Daniil. Yeah, he actually managed to outplay him very quickly. And Nemeth versus Herbeck, what a tough position, and Engine says it's a dead draw. It looks to me totally complicated. And Ganguly versus Jujiner, here Rooks seems to be stronger than the Knight and a Rook. Strange, two connected passers, but it seems that there is no nice outpost for this Black Knight. So it's a moment that we go for a break, because it's typical in 41st move and on, players start to think more, and then we will get some more action. So coming back soon.
coming back. This is the round 7 at the Prague International Chess Festival. In a few days, we're going to have a new winner of the event in the 3 categories: Masters, Challengers, Futures, and also on top of that, we do have open tournament with a lot of strong grandmasters, and the players in the studio were for you Aloysia, Grandmaster Aloysia Jankovic, and myself, Women Grandmaster Keti Tazalashvili, and we are going to be here until the very end of the round to provide the commentary.
One question, Keti.
Yes.
What would be your guess regarding possible tiebreak? Because last year we had it at Challengers with Bierre versus Yakuboev. That's why Bierre is sitting at the Challengers spot and Yakuboev is at the main group. There is a chance for that, reasonable high.
There is a chance, and my personal opinion is that I always like to see tie breaks. This is the most exciting part of the tournament. Some of the players are taking it as a chance to qualify. Maybe our viewers might think it's a little bit like stressful, but for the moment I thought Vincent was talking to himself.
No, Keti, but I believe that now Aravind is talking to himself because this is crazy. I just noticed that from +5 so he had plus, let me try to check, +3, let's start from +2, for example. So he had +2 around here. So +3 for last, how many moves? 15 moves almost. And suddenly he doesn't have any advantage. So what was the case here? Something.
Ooh, look at the evaluation chart.
Yeah, so it's crazy because he was expecting with Queen F6 some checkmating net. What was missed? Let's say King H6, right? And now curious. So probably Queen H8, King G5. Actually, what was missed here? I really don't know. Is there any winning sequence? So after Rook E1, can I do anything else besides Queen F6? So Queen F6 forced, King goes to H8, and there was some hallucination. So Queen G5, Queen G7, King G5. I don't see any idea. Maybe to take on E1, hang on, and then C7, something like that. Is there any move with Queen E1? But I don't see here any winning. Maybe here something he hallucinated that black needs to go Queen C1 and then Bishop B7. I'm trying to find out what was actually. Maybe something now like Rook H7 and he was expecting Bishop B7 to happen, but there is Queen C8. No, I'm shocked. So Yakuboev was unlucky in some games, deserving to win or to save a game, and suddenly in totally lost he got the present game. Let's stay with the camera a bit here because it's we don't need to even a board now. He's totally devastated, and this is a face of very unhappy person, huh?
Yeah, you can feel him when you see this image of Aravind. Just one move that can change the course of the game, and actually this move has been played on move 42, so he had enough time to figure it out, the best option. He could just wait a little bit and digest the position. Of course, after the time pressure, you need some some space. You need some to walk a little bit, or maybe take a glass of water. That's why we have these 30 minutes right after 40 moves. This is necessary. He's in disbelief, and it is totally understandable. He was winning so much. He did not really thought of, just give a break to yourself and to your mind and body. That is quite painful. We have all been there. It's not easy.
Yeah, let's see also how Jakuboyev is doing. He is aware, right?
Oh, he's very happy. He's very happy, yeah. He just got a gift from Arvin indeed in this game. Oh, yeah. Quite painful to see Aravin in this situation. He did everything to gain huge advantage.
Oof,
every
chess
move,
can be really
42
cruel,
moves he played
really
really
cruel
nice,
sometimes.
and then one blunder. Oh, this is actually quite painful to watch.
Yeah, it's painful to watch, but also we need to show it to our viewers what
Yes.
to do. As a colleagues, we feel bad.
Yes.
But this is also
Part of the sport.
Yeah, exactly. So let's stay here for a moment to see. Yeah, when he will compose himself. Chess is tough. That's why I'm always trying to emphasize. So it was +3, +4, +5 for 15 moves.
Mhm.
And you made it to the time control, and then again you let it slip.
Yeah, and you can be less upset at yourself when you make the blunder on the move 40 like Gukesh did yesterday against Aravin, but he had enough time. He had extra 30 minutes on the clock, no time pressure. That's why he is in this state of, I don't know, disappointment, because he had it all. Winning position, enough time. Yeah, what else you could ask for?
Tough moments. So this game will end up in a crazy outcome with a draw, and Aravind is aware that he can only give checks. Actually, there is nothing to do. Even if you want to punish yourself, let's say I want to be a masochist and just play some worse position. You cannot play any worse position. You can either make a draw or lose. So there is no chance to play the game.
Yeah, because if you pass the move and play something like b4, rook will go on a1 check, and after king to b3, there's queen to d1. And then it is black who is starting to chase the king.
So only queen, as I mentioned, maybe the queen e1 happens, but this is really playing with fire, and I don't see this coming. He has hallucinated that there is some checkmate.
Yeah, well, after queen f6, king g4 loses, king h5 loses, so he saw some ghost after king h6.
Okay, I see I saw many ghosts in my career. You know, they were around in my games.
Big and small ghosts.
Yeah. I needed, Ghostbusters. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, devastating moment for Aravind. Fabulous game. Very good one. Everything went his way, and yeah, he just let it slip. Sometimes in chess, victory is so close to you. You can already feel it. You see this handshake of opponent coming, but as Tarash, was it Tarash? Yeah. Or Tartakover. Maybe it was Tartakover who said that, blunders are waiting there to be made.
In the corner.
Yeah. What a moment.
Oh, yeah.
What a moment. Very painful. So, yeah, as we mentioned, queen b4 allows rook a1 and then queen d3, double attack. So king needs to come closer, but then rook c1 is coming. So b4 doesn't help. If you give check on f6, king goes to h6, which is logical. And only check is with the queen, queen g7 or queen. I'm thinking now, yeah, but there is nothing. There's nothing to be done. So queen g7, king goes back, and yeah, you can just give those checks. You can make it more wide.
Yeah, he made this queen to c3 in a few seconds, actually. He didn't even thought much.
Yeah, I think that we can stay with the camera. I'll switch maybe a little bit to other games. So Gukesh versus Maxodlo. What's going on here? Oh, this is really crazy. What a passer, but white is coping on his trumps. Gukesh is walking in Keymer versus David Anton. This looks like a winning position, but yet it's not so simple to me. I believe
my god, this is the hardest video we have ever seen in this tournament. Like I can hear Aravin breathing so slow and so deep. Totally heartbreaking. I don't know, like usually he never shows any emotions. I have never seen him with any emotions. But look at him. I can feel when he's breathing. I can see it. Oh no.
This is like 10 minutes, 5 minutes of desperation, yeah.
Probably he's doing the breathing exercises, right? How to handle the stress and
how to explain to someone that this is just a game. You know, as I was mentioning that there was a game of Parham Maxodlu versus Nodirbek Abdusattorov from Club Cup, European Club Cup 2 years ago. Parham having advantage of -10, so winning totally with the black pieces, playing a fabulous game and then blundering check and queen's sack and resigned. And later he was laughing, he was having fun. Okay, let's switch now to with the camera to other games. So let's see what's going on. In Parham versus Gukesh, Parham needs to find a way how to push his pawns. Katie, what do you think? Is there any idea of stalemating already around? Because this concept, something might happen. As we mentioned, Keymer versus David Anton. Let's see. Okay, so we got a move. Hang on. E7, which is a good move. So rook needs to move.
You couldn't promote the pawn. Rook is moving.
Okay, f6 allows queen promotion. So this is the idea, I believe. So you need to move the rook. Let's go with the camera to Keymer versus Anton. I want to just to feel how Keymer is happy with the current situation. Okay, he's still working it out. B4 is not possible yet, so he needs to take on D4. G2 is possible move. but it doesn't save. I can take maybe even on g2 and then on d8. That's also a possibility. Has something changed in Aravind versus Yakuboyev, because he is on 8 minutes? I think that now he will make a move. Let's go with the camera there. I believe that Aravind will now do something. Or maybe not.
Yeah.
He needs to do something. Okay, he can wait till the last moment and play this queen f6, queen h8 perpetual. But if he wants to play anything, then I'm sure that he's calculating this queen e1, c7, but it's really unnecessary.
No, he's burning his time as well. Yeah. No, he has to deal that by himself. And he's remember, like we were talking about Aravind, that he lost the first round, and in the second game's interview he said that he was still thinking about his first loss. So it is quite tough sometimes when you have painful losses. Then he recovered throughout the tournament, and he had nice couple of games, and now again this painful blunder that he will be actually thinking for the next game.
Yeah, the queen f6, yes. The problem is that you know, if at least I spent 5 more seconds to recheck it, and after that 5 seconds you didn't spend, you had half an hour which you cannot use at all. So you start being super angry on yourself, why I didn't spend at least 5 more seconds.
Yeah. I had enough time.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just so hard to... Oof, this is really tough. But it's just a game of chess, what to do. It's not the end of the world, but for them, for players, it's obvious that this is...
Parham alert.
Yeah, he's always there.
We need some sound whenever we see Parham in these situations. We need a special sound of that.
Okay, he's thinking about repeating the moves, and now he offered the draw. He wants to input. What a painful outcome.
Tough game for
Aravind, yeah.
Aravind, and lucky
But
day
anyway,
for
kudos
Yakuboyev.
for Nodirbek to fight till the end. This is also important quality, not to give up.
Yeah, sometimes you're just making the decision and then you don't have any explanation, right? We have sometimes that, not always. Sometimes we have that moments that you don't know why that happened, but it just happened.
He left, no talk, right? So it's time to move maybe to our challengers section. Let's just briefly check what do we have there. So Finjak still playing this super complicated game. Jufa has won the game. Nemec seems to be outplaying Hrbek. As I said, it's not so simple to keep the engine bar level. And Ganguly is playing a good game in the end, outplaying Zhujiner from that tough position. Okay, so this is the current state of affairs in this section. Going back to Masters, Maksudlu versus Gukesh, Rook e6 has been played, a great move, but let's stick to Keymer versus David Anton. Since here Keymer is thinking, he took with her and gone.
Oops, what's that?
No, this is the position rook d2. How to complicate the matters here? Okay, white still needs to regroup a bit. Black can start with some c5. Let's say if I go c5, what's the follow-up?
I would play knight to f6 to cut this bishop from the action.
Yeah, but
maybe not right away.
b4 is coming.
No, not right away. How about...
I was thinking of bishop a5. Is that the move?
Nice, with the bishop
Yeah.
d8 idea.
Or this one. Bishop f4 or king f5 allows some rook d5 stuff, but still I need to be careful because you're pushing this g2 when I leave the rook. So I don't know, AB, bishop d6. Is this good enough? Maybe. So let's go with the broad view to see the atmosphere at the playing hall, because now I believe also in the open section the games are finishing. Okay, spectators are coming. But still also many games in progress.
Busy venue. I don't know if spectators are coming, but they are not leaving for sure, because we have still a full house. Most of the games in the open section has been ended. It seems like everyone has their own problems. Like when I'm looking this overall view, all the players are looking so deep into their games. And Parham been meter away from his board, from his side, not from the other side. Yeah. Anton on the
Very worried,
on the
and it's
camera.
understandable. So will he push this c5 or not? We see Abudaya. He's also there where things are getting
I have a feeling
closer.
that there are many of Abudaya, because he's everywhere. He's never missing any chess player. He always have this best footage and the interview, and I think they are like clones of of him everywhere. They're doing a great job. tense moments in every game.
In the meantime, Gukesh is struggling to find a way
Oh wow, that was a quick.
how to keep on.
Yawing by Vincent was claiming that he's never tired or sleepy. Caught him on HD version.
And now we are in this part of the round where things will develop a little bit slower than before. Players lost some energy, they need to recover it a bit, and your brain is not so fast as it was at the end of the time trouble. How about you? Were you taking some chocolates or something after the time trouble?
I don't remember.
Okay.
I just don't like to eat sweet
Mhm.
when I'm hungry, so that makes me not happy. But dark chocolate is a friend of chess players, obviously. I think water is really big help as well to have.
You know famous
some-
story of Toblerone chocolate? This old one. I believe that you remember that kind of chocolate, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was, you know the
But
famous
it's-
story?
Is it old chocolate or what?
Yeah,
It's
still its own. Yeah, in my youth it was one of the main one.
Okay.
So famous story. Sarajevo round robin. Garry Kasparov is playing, Nigel Short is playing. And Garry came with some bodyguards, like gorillas, like really, really huge people. And one of them had a role just to keep an eye and to watch out for this fridge. There was some fridge, and it was for players, but it was mostly for Garry. And Garry would put his chocolate, this Toblerone or something, and then I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing it correctly, but let's say that.
And
it's
he
that.
had the security, so no
He
one
has
could
a
eat?
security guy who was watching out for this fridge so that Garry can take after the time trouble or at some point the chocolate.
Damn,
And
that's
at some point the
insane.
guy get too relaxed like Aravind today.
Hmm.
So the guy had +5, let's call it this way.
The security guy?
Security guy, and he got too relaxed, and he was not following this so closely, and Nigel took it. Nigel took the chocolate like it's open source for everyone. This is how I was told. This is second-hand story, so I'm not fully sure. But I spoke
from
with
Nigel?
one. No, I spoke with one guy who was working in the organization of the tournament, and because he could claim that this is for players,
Yeah.
which was true. But Garry had his separate section, and then I think this bodyguard was fired.
No.
Yeah, because his main job he couldn't fulfill
No
to
way.
keep an eye on the chocolate. So this
It was a big drama, yeah?
Yeah, of course. Garry, can you believe? Can you imagine Garry standing up? You know how
Not
he was
fun.
always intense in his game. He was super concentrated. Can you imagine Garry standing up, going to take this chocolate, opens the fridge,
And there's
no-
no chocolate.
nothing in.
I wonder what happened
Yeah.
after.
There was a famous I think footage. I think it was also shown somewhere, not maybe in the Chess Queen, but somewhere where there were score sheet missing. I think it was Linares tournament. He went to the second part of the score sheet, so another score sheet was needed,
Yeah.
and they didn't bring it to the board.
Yeah.
And Garry's face searching for arbiters and
To be fired.
just where are the score sheets?
Wow, I really want to know what happened from the moment Garry figured out that there was no chocolate and firing his security. I really want to know what really happened.
I don't know
that
if
moment.
story is true. Maybe Nigel can confirm it or not. But as I said, this is what I got as an info
Wow.
from organizers.
If I had a security at home and my brother was stealing my food from the fridge, that would be really
You
good
know, it's
help.
same like there at breakfast there were juices from machine, and then you go in the evening for dinner, but it's closed. But anyway, you take it. So it reminds me of that.
Wow.
So Nigel was still concentrated enough to keep this in mind.
Can we name the players that we would like to have them in the era of smartphones and the social media? That, like, for instance, these stories of Gary is the stories, right? We don't have evidence of the footage. We have Magnus, a lot of evidence right now. So who it will be? For sure, Magnus is first. Kasparov is second. Fischer.
Oh, I would love to have footages of Spassky. For example, the Bugojno tournament coming with a racket. And then he placed racket on the like next to his table, which means that he's for a draw.
Which means for what?
He's for a draw because he needs to go to the court. So he comes prepared to go to have a tennis match.
I thought
ready
like something like baseball.
No. He comes with a tennis racket, which is a signal that he's ready for a draw. And then if his opponent is overambitious, then he moves away his racket and then
focus on chess.
And then he wins. Yeah.
Oh,
so
wow.
Also there were famous stories of Petrosyan switching off his
glasses.
No, his like earring machine on. He was deaf a bit, and that means that he doesn't need to hear about your draw offer, so it's already gone. If he's ready to make a draw, but if you see that he is switching it off, then it's
no draw offer accepted.
You are too late.
Wow.
Yeah, so there would be
okay,
some interesting footages. I know many stories, so as you have noticed, I'm a big collector of that. I like to memorize all those anecdotes.
That is actually funny. Who else will be in the list?
Ivan Sokolov, my dear friend. That would be great. That famous quote when I was working as a second, and he was totally winning versus. So first round he played versus Van Kao, made a draw. Second round he's playing versus Nakamura and totally winning the game. And then -5 with the black pieces and manages to misplay it. And then he says this famous sentence when journalists asked him right after the game, he was walking to the corridor and asked him, "What do you think about the game?" But it was so funny because I know him.
Yeah.
And I know that the answer wouldn't be a normal answer. And they say, Mr. Ivan Sokolov, can you tell us a little bit about your game? And the answer goes, if I don't kill myself tonight, I will live for 1,000 years. Yeah. And then he walks away.
Yeah, that's a famous story of Ivan Sokolov.
Yeah. Okay, so let's just...
Oh, we forgot Hans Niemann as well for his... For his
exactly.
There are plenty of people, actually, in the list.
Okay, Korchnoi. Yeah. Just to check, hang on, what's going on here? Just to see, is there any drama around, or it's just dead lost for black? So Vincent still needs to work a bit.
You know what? As Vincent is trying to figure it out, the way to win this game, we do have interview with Abdusattorov ready. So let's hear some of the insights of one of the leaders of this tournament.
We have in the studio Nodirbek Abdusattorov, one of the leaders of the Prague International Chess Festival. You have just finished your game against Jordan Van Forest. That was a really nice game. If you can share your thoughts of the game. And my first question would be, did you expect this opening that Jordan played?
Yeah, I kind of expected it, and I repeated it before the game, because Jordan is known for his, pretty dubious opening ideas. And yeah, he played against me c5 in Vaikanze in 2023 and beat me with black pieces. So I thought maybe he might repeat this opening. And yeah, when he played it on the board, I thought, okay. We got this dragon position, which I was prepared. But after bishop b3, he went for a5, which is a bit a rare line. Yeah, I spent a lot of time, and I think I played the best way possible for white. But he told me after the game that he was well prepared. He was prepared up until queen c7, and he knew that this is a objectively dubious line. But he hoped that I wouldn't play so many best moves. And but yeah, once we got this position, I thought objectively should be better for white. But black has nice compensation.
If I may ask you, because we had this position on the broadcast, and there was a moment when you played rook a2 d1, and there was this move suggestion as well to play c4, and we thought that, oh, maybe that was a nice move because Jordan played knight to e5 very fast in that position.
Yeah, I considered c4, but I didn't like some move. Maybe it was knight a5, I'm not sure. CD, knight b3, I think. Yeah, I thought he has knight a5, so I spent a lot of time. Like I burned like 50 minutes in whole. So I calculated all those lines, and yeah, I thought rook a1 should be very logical. Yeah, I think it's objectively the best what I played, but I mean he knew it, up until queen c7, and after rook fe1, it was the first time that he was out of preparation, and I think he played not the best way. Knight 3, b5, h3, and here I was happy with my position after knight c4, knight d5. He has two pieces for the rook, but I have 2 pawns and I have sort of domination. And I thought this is very promising for white, but I think he found the best way to resist. And yeah, after the game we discussed rook d5 after knight c4, rook d5, and yeah, I missed that after knight b2, queen b2, bishop c3. White has a very nice rook b5 tactic, and the point is after queen b5 I just take, and if he takes, okay, maybe I can take, and I'm a pawn up in the endgame. So, yeah, he said that he calculated queen b6, a4, knight d6, some very long variations, and yeah, we arrived in this endgame, and we are not sure about the evaluation, but to me it seems very, very dangerous objectively. Yeah, maybe it's just winning, I don't know. So yeah, maybe rook d5 was my best chance. But yeah, I thought going for this position I was very happy first, but after king h8 I realized maybe it's not that much actually, because my pawns are very far from queening, and he has a very quick counterplay, and I can coordinate my pieces. So I think, yeah, objectively maybe it's all right for black, and I think, yeah, after that I think it was a pretty much normal game, and I think objectively it was a very high quality game.
Yeah, it was really fun to watch all this game. Is there any game, I might take it, is there any game that you are super happy that you played in this tournament?
I scored two victories with white pieces in two completely crazy games where I was much worse at first, and then I won the game. But yeah, when I had an advantage, I can't, I couldn't convert it like against Vincent. I had big advantage, objectively winning. But yeah, this tournament is going, some strange for me because when I have advantage, I can't pose any problems. But when I'm worse, maybe I'm getting chances. Maybe I have to get a worse position first to score a victory. But yeah, I mean it's very unpredictable.
It's very often when you have bad position, you're so focused and locked in that you are not paying attention to anything. Would you give some advice to our viewers who struggle to have some kind of concentration on the board? What is your way to focus on and unlock in the game?
It comes with experience, with a lot of experience, and I have played many games. I've a lot of experience playing against top level players, and yeah, I think when they push you to the limit, you kind of improve on that field, and you become more resistant, and you kind of stay focused. Yeah, I think it just comes with experience, and by playing like elite players like Fabi, Magnus, they are the goats of chess, and yeah, when you lose against them, you kind of learn from your mistakes and start resisting better.
Now we're towards the end of the tournament, and it is so important to keep mental shape and the physical shape too. We know that you are quite active. You like to do sports and gym. If you can tell us at this event, what is your preference of activity, and if you are also just exercising gym?
Yeah, in the rest day, I went to the gym, and we also played paddle. Me, Parham, Daniel Yufa, and the commentator Aloise. Yes, it was very nice. Although it was a bit cold, but I think everybody enjoyed it, and yeah, we are looking forward to repeat it after the closing ceremony, and yeah, that was my training routine.
Oh wow, big plans then, I see. If you can share your thoughts about the Prague itself, how Prague treats you, if you enjoy here, food, city, if you have any chance to go out.
Yeah, it's a very nice city. I mean, it has historical sites, historical architecture, and also the people are very nice. There are a lot of people from my country as well. They're coming for playing hall and rooting for me. So yeah, it's my third time here in Prague, and I feel like it's not different country, or I feel like it's kind of close to home, and so yeah, I always enjoyed the city and the tournament itself, and everything is going well, and yeah, it's just a very nice feeling.
Oh, that's so great. Thank you so much for coming here in our studio and share your thoughts. I hope to see you again here in our studio and wish you best of the luck.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic interview, Katie. I loved it. I'm a big fan of Nodirbek. I didn't know him so well, and in the last 1 year I was present at some more tournaments, and he's really, really likable person, and I'm admiring him a lot. We have a draw. This was a memorable game, but as I said, this is not a World Championship match because some of them we will have the focus all time.
Yes.
Here we are switching from time to time to other games because so many things are happening in this tournament. It's so interesting, and we can praise this game as also one of the most interesting.
It is very interesting game indeed, and Gukesh here stays, and we saw earlier he was smiling. Only Parham can make him smile. Parham is such a likable person, true gentleman, and they are sharing their thoughts. I guess who will get all of this on camera?
Yeah, Abu Dhabi is there. But quite a tense game. Gukesh was almost close to turn the tables, but still he is struggling in this, not right after the opening, but let's say early middle game. Nothing goes his way today. According to the engine, he was so close to defeat, being on +1 for opponent right after the opening, or as I said, at the early middle game. Yeah, nothing goes his way, but he's a great player. And what? He wins a match, then he stabilizes, and he can even
He's growing.
Yeah, come back to top 5, top 3 players very easily.
Yeah, in one of the interviews, perhaps in our tournament, he mentioned that his goal is to become the best player of all time, which also includes the World Championship title, which he already collected. Then it also includes to be the highest rated chess player and to be winner of many other tournaments. So he's very young, and he is trying his best to grow. And Aloise, the other day we had this conversation that chess is one of these few sports that you also need as a part of the training to do the home preparation and also to exercise that in a real chess tournament. You cannot just work 24 hours at home for, I don't know, 1 year and then come and play chess. That would affect in a different, on the other way, negatively, right? If you don't play.
Yeah, the thing is now focus is very much on him. Fabi was playing now in US, but here as a world champion match coming later this year, all eyes are on him, and it's not so simple for that kind of young person. But you see how polite is he, how nice. So as I said, I'm a big fan, and yeah.
Both guys, Parham also amazing personality.
And it's understandable that he set it up another goals because being a world champion is already in his CV.
I don't know how you guys think, but I like his strategy to grow. And alongside, if you have to lose some of the rating points, that's fine. You can get it all back when you're in your best shape.
Yeah, people following and people around you tend to set the things dramatically, that every loss is a tragical one, but when you take a look of your career in whole, it was just some kind of steps of your whole heritage. So it's
you will remember only few loss, not every loss.
Yeah, exactly.
You will lose a lot of games, but you will only remember a few of them. So that's a part of the chess.
But this game, it's a memorable one because you see how the game goes on, and unfortunately, only players can explain, and maybe seconds sitting behind their screens can explain how many details were around. For example, Nodirbek has answered some important questions, and also he showed some hidden stuff which players needed to calculate. So I would say that we just see part of their calculation work, and a big portion stays hidden. David Anton, very long time. Maybe we can switch to the other angle, trying to see how also Vincent is doing, and maybe to get them both on the camera simultaneously, since it seems that David Anton is really struggling. It's a maybe moment that we show standings as well and maybe results of today's round to get a feeling what will happen after possible win of Vincent. So today we had not yet decisive results, so all draws, but anyway, maybe to remind you how the situation is at standings, results and standings. So you can see all draws, but we cannot complain at all that they were dull draws. Maybe David Navarra versus Hans Niemann we expected because of the style of players that we might see more interesting stuff. So Jordan is still leading, and David Navarra, Nodirbek keeping their second position. David Anton is really struggling and in this game, and most likely he will lose it, which would mean that Vincent Keymer is coming to 50%, 3.5 out of 7. So he will share 4th place together with Parham Maksudlu. So let's go back to the game. So this is the situation, and Vincent is thinking. It's not simple, although engine is saying that is all over. In the meantime, in challengers, we will have a draw in Finek versus Gledura, Nemec versus Hrbek. Let's go there. Let's go to our challenger section, because Nemec is about to win his game. We might see the resignation, G2 or whatever. Yeah, king takes, and now I was showing this many times. Probably the best is to give check. So let's just calculate. If I play the slowest way, I was showing you this endgame together with Movsesyan. So this is what you need to know. I will play now badly. So here, if black is on the move, it's a draw, and usually best is to go king e2. If so, king e2, and on check, you never stop in front of your pawns. You should go on the side, and you are threatening f2, and this is a draw. So you only need to know this position. If here with kings in the opposition, if here white is on the move, or stronger side is on the move, it's a win for white. If black is on the move, weaker side with the pawn, it's a draw. So when you're calculating, you just need to have this position, and here black is far away from that, because here he's actually one step further. So win for Nemec, a loss for Hrbek, and let's just check Ganguly versus Jurjiner. Ganguly is winning, and Finek versus Gledura, this will be a draw. Let's go back to our masters with Keymer versus Anton. The move has been played. Rook g7. We can go full screen back. So Keymer still needs to work a bit. It's not so simple. But according to the engine, it's totally lost almost 4. So why he's thinking to go back to h3 or something super subtle? Doesn't look great. So he needs to go back. Ah, sorry, I forgot about taking on f4. I didn't see this even. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, this wins. King f4, bishop c7, e5 is dropping. Very complicated position. So if I go king e3, g2 is coming since the bishop is on the way. So g2, king e3, g2, so he needs to come up with something else. Knight d6 allows h3. So Keymer needs to come up with something. 4 minutes. He has this luxury of using some more time at the right moment. And big kudos for David Anton putting tough resistance. That's not simple at all. So king e3 is wrong. Knight d6 allows h3. So something good is needed. Okay, he can start with bishop d6. He can play that move. Because after taking there is a check, and after g2 he takes on c7, but I'm not sure that he will win this one. Then h pawn is too strong. Bishop d4 is possible to play, but then g4 is coming anyway. What a tough situation. So hard to concentrate. Bishop d4 in the end was played, and this still keeps the pull. But now Black can maybe play g2. G2 allows knight c5. 30 seconds for David Anton. "18 seconds. h3 just been played. Knight takes g3. And we will have rook versus a bishop. Rook versus a bishop. c5. Oh, that's a nice touch. Now probably rook h2 can be played. Vincent seems to be surprised with this move. So rook h3. 3 minutes. Rook h2. Knight e4 also is an option, but then pawn takes bishop. Vincent seems to be worried. And of course, it's not so easy to keep the level of concentration for a prolonged period. Rook h2 in the end. C takes d4 will be played. CD, CD, king will go to d5. Yup. But hang on, this is a mistake. So engine bar here considers rook h2 as a serious mistake. So from +2 going to only slightly better position. Now David Anton has a serious chance to hold, because 0.80 in the endgame with not many pieces can mean that you can end up with a rook and a knight versus a rook. 0.50, no advantage for white anymore. What a turnaround. Instead of rook h2 here, I'm not sure what was the move. Knight e4, this was something I was mentioning. And probably this was the move, to stop c3. Now c3 has been played, and Vincent, I'm not sure that he will win this one. This was mentioned by Moses Jan in the studio yesterday, that when some player is suffering for a long, when he gets a chance, his level and determination, level of focus and determination is increasing, while for player who was better for most of the game, his level of concentration is dropping. And when those two go together, it can mean that you will get total turnaround. So Vincent is thinking about rook h3, but then c2, so what's the story about? Let's bring the board. So if I take on h3, c2, rook h1, bishop d8, is that the move? Probably. So much to calculate. Let's go back with the camera to full screen, since this is very tough. We can also go with the camera directly to Vincent, our table camera, and you will see how worried is he. Half a minute. Took on h3, c2 will be played. Right? knight rook h1 and now bishop d8, I think, is the move to open the doors for rook to c7. But okay, there is knight e4 move. Okay, now is David's turn to react precisely. Maybe it's a moment that he switch to David's face, since he is sensing something is there. I'm 2 pawns down, but at least I have tactics. There are chances. I need to use it. I was defending for 5 hours. Now it's my turn. I must do it. So I propose bishop d8, but then knight goes to e4. Is there anything better? Knight e4, rook goes to g2. That's a total mess. 17 seconds. Let's go to have them both, because now we will have action. Bishop d8. Yeah. Once again, I'm not using engine, but I have this luxury of trying, and then engine bar guides me. So it's, of course, and I know the evaluation, which is a huge difference comparing to players knowing about the assessment. It's a huge advantage, since sometimes in the game you have complete different opinion, and you might be misguided, and then your moves are not actually following the evaluation. And in chess this is super important. I believe that some of the players would get like 100 points easily if from time to time they could ask for just for evaluation, not for a move, just to know the exact evaluation. 27 seconds. Katie also sensed the drama, so she's getting back from interviews room. 10 seconds. Okay, he will make a move, maybe 5 seconds, but he's not sure at all. So why not knight e4? Knight f5. That's still a good move, so maybe I'm totally wrong. Maybe knight e4 was mistake. Okay, it was still in the zone. Knight f5, David Anton. Now we are in this blitz mode, but it's not the blitz, since you are getting this 30 seconds increment, but in blitz you didn't work for 5 hours, and pain of mistake, it's much stronger than in regular blitz. You're getting increment, but at the same time responsibility of moves is, oh, this is totally lost. Rook g2, a huge blunder. Let's bring the board. Let's check the situation. Rook g2, a huge blunder. d5 was missed, and now white is winning. Oh, so instead of rook g2, he needed to go to c7, which was the other way, and rook c7, rook c4 would still keep the game, but it looks a bit crazy that this holds. Rook c4, and what about king e4? Bishop b6. Oh,
bishop
that's
g5?
No, bishop g5. Probably
King
just
d3.
f4. I just pushed f4, but here bishop b6, and you cannot push d5, and after moving the knight you're dropping this d4. So complicated. Rook g2, blundering d5. Now we can go with the camera to Vincent. For sure he's happy. Yeah, I see that he's more relaxed than he was before, and immediately after the game we will have his comment to David Anton. Why didn't you play rook c7? So hopefully we will catch it with the camera. So after the game, let's go back with our angle, because we have them both, and here we will need to stay. King f6. King e4. Not an ideal, but still good enough. Okay, now there is a chance that this complicates a bit.
Yeah, this is the game you have to hold the breath, right? Any second can be crucial for both players. And any move can be crucial as well. Down to 12 seconds. David Anton, he has to make the move. 5, 4, and bishop to b6.
Better late than never, but it is late, unfortunately, for David Anton. Since now the pawn is not on d4, it's already on d5, but still it's complicated. Yeah, he just realized that after rook e2 there is king f4, safe haven for the king, and nothing will work for black. I don't know, it looks to me that this kind of game would just burn 3 kilos off of me, right?
It will, if not more.
Nice try, but he might even push just d6. Although he's trying to calculate the checkmate or something. It's possible to... Now he's calculating a lot of stuff, and I believe that I saw something. Hang on. d6 looks to me the simplest. Yeah, and he went for it. In the meantime, in challengers, Finek and Gledura will probably end up in a draw. Ganguly is pressing, sort of winning, but still the game is in progress. Bishop d6 just been played, and now he can just take the queen because there is knight e3, right? So we will have the promotion. He's rechecking, but David Anton sees, yeah. And we will have resignation. What a game.
Oh, knight.
What a game. A knight.
Why he put the knight? I
Really?
see check. Because there's no rook e2, yeah?
But rook e2, knight e3, what's the catch? Why didn't he take the queen? Okay. Okay. Of course. he can even afford it. There was sometimes the case when at some tournament, I think Svidler was actually waiting for arbiter to bring another queen, or sort of his opponent was waiting an arbiter to bring another queen, which was not at the table, and then Svidler says, never mind, I will promote the bishop.
Oh no.
And the bishop is also good in that sense. In that
Yeah.
case, everything else besides queen and a bishop, because it was diagonal check, is not working. He said, as
No
Svidler
worries.
is smart and genius, he said, no problem. I will promote the bishop. Oh, now he will ask him why not bishop rook c7. I'm pretty sure that they will discuss rook c7, but unfortunately We can. Okay, now we have this angle.
Yeah, Vincent very happy. Tough game.
What a great game. A great game. Let's stay here for a while, and then we will update our results and standings. Oh.
Oh, beautiful cover.
Beautiful angle.
You know, when you're winning the game, you're getting another energy, another, you know, you're
Yeah,
so
different-
happy.
yeah,
Yeah,
different-
You might be tired,
Yeah.
but when you lose the game, you feel more tiredness while you're happy.
Because now this part which happens after the game, so you communicate with your team, with your seconds. You share the worries, and they were following the game. Then you speak with your family. Then other players are asking you when they see you somewhere. So now you have also you want to check with engine some of your thoughts during the game, and usually it's huge thing, and you're running immediately just to check it because you're curious about evaluation. Anyway, very good game by David Anton. As I said, he made it almost to a draw. It was equal at the end from tough position, so that means that he is really capable of solve unpleasant situation. That's a huge quality. Getting back to our challengers, there Finek is heading towards a draw versus Gledura, but he's a knight and a rook versus a rook. I had this 10 times. Even Judith Polgar lost it against Kasparov. I think it was shown in the chess.
Never bring the
chess
king
queen.
in a corner. I have
Yeah.
lost as well because I thought it was safe anyway.
Also, there was a game of Magnus versus Stelvagen or Smets. I think Stelvagen. Magnus won it at Vaikanzi.
Yeah. I have to leave for an interview with
Okay.
Vincent. I will just give you the number where the pawn was captured. It was move 90, knight to f3. There was a last capture. So
Okay,
after
so
that
they will
50
move
moves,
on.
Yeah.
Going back to Ganguly versus Zhuzhiner, we have a result there. Very good win by Ganguly. Tough loss for Zhuzhiner. It was a normal position, but nothing goes her way here in this tournament. So another loss. Let's have now results from both groups and standings. Let's start with Masters. There we have all results. So one decisive game, but round full of interesting results and standings of this group. As we mentioned, not much has changed. Jordan van Forest 5 out of 7 plus 3, like professionals like to say. Then 4.5 for Navara and Abdusattorov plus 2, and David Anton, Vincent Keymer, and Parham Maksudlu, they are sharing this 4th place. 7th for Yakuboyev, -1, although he was very lucky today. Aravin should have made it to 50%. Hans Niemann struggling, and Gukesh especially being lost. Let's go to results of challengers. Okay, many decisive games. 3 out of 4, probably it will stay that way. 3 out of 5. Jufa winning his game against Thomas Bertsen. At the beginning, Thomas was playing much better. Nemec is doing very well, and Ganguly just made a very, very good game. Nice technique and standings prior to the last game. So Finek will probably stay as a leader with a point above the rest who are chasing him. Jufa made it to the second place. Nemec is having a very good tournament. Divya as well. Herbeck, of course, and Gledura. We will have a huge group of players having 50%. Finek will have a very good chance to win this tournament, being a point ahead of the group. So let's go back to the game. Okay, they will move back and forth. So let's see if anything will happen here. So Katie has just mentioned that this happened and the move number 90. So they will move around for some time. It's not simple to come closer, so white will start to avoid this. Yeah, it will take some time. Yeah, not much will happen. Maybe best is that we give you some material. So, an interview.
We have world champion Gukesh Dommaraju in our studio. Gukesh, thank you so much for coming here and to answer some of our questions. First of all, you have a tough tournament here. There are a lot of thoughts around, but what really matters is your thoughts. So what is your take, how everything is going for you?
I mean, obviously I've been playing badly here, and the couple of chances I got, I didn't use. Yeah, so I mean, what to say, bad tournament.
Well, today you had a really nice game against Parham, and if you can take us through some of the key moments.
Yeah, so it was a normal Berlin structure. I think probably bishop d2 here was not a great positional mistake. After that, it got really pleasant for him. And around, I think the next critical moment was, I mean, when I played f5, I was kind of panicking because f4 was coming, and f5 just shouldn't be a great move in general. And I think around here, maybe knight c4 was very strong for him. Because I think rook f5 runs into g4. And obviously with the isolationary on e5, it's just very pleasant, if not clearly better for white. But he played knight g4, which gave me a nice trick with rook e8, because knight e5 runs into bishop h3. And I was kind of surviving for a while with some nice tricks like knight d8, because knight e5 runs into knight f7, d4, take, c5. And then we were approaching time trouble. I managed to complicate the position a bit, and I think after the time control, the position got really interesting. Because around here, I thought I must be taking over, but I think there was nothing, like, because my king is just too weak, and obviously it was nice to play queen d5, but I think he found this key resource with rook e6, and unfortunately none of the lines are working for me. I mean, I initially thought I had queen d4, but then he has rook a6, and I came up with I actually, when I was calculating, I thought c6 was very clever, because now queen c1 I have queen d4 and he doesn't have rook a6.
but I completely missed that Queen C6, King F7, Rook H6 might even just be winning for white. So I kind of took the safe road. I just took the repetition, and I thought I was winning, but now I'm checking. After I checked with the computer, I realized it was just a draw all along. Yeah, so.
Yeah, you also had a chat with your opponent after the game, and you guys were sharing a lot of variations. Did he told you some line that was surprising for you?
Yeah, he mentioned some funny line. As usual with Parham, like discussing chess is always interesting. I don't clearly remember. I mean, I think it was around. Yeah, here he mentioned H6. No, not here, sorry. I think here H6. And he said he was thinking about King H4, G5, King H5.
King G6 or what's that?
Yeah, I mean, I think he was half joking, but yeah, I mean, it was a fun conversation.
Yeah, he made you laugh. We saw you on the camera. So my co-commentator, Alojzij Jankovic, thinks that if in chess there is the title like in football, you would get the title of best defender, if that makes sense, because he believes that you are the best player in the world who can defend the worst position. Would you see this like as the best side of
Yeah, one of the best, I would say. I mean, it's always been my strength, yeah, being resilient, fighting in bad positions. I mean, like, it came from my childhood because I was not really working much on openings, and I would get all these crappy positions out of the opening. So I basically had to defend to survive my whole career. But and it's one of my strong suits, but yeah, here it not, nothing really was working in this tournament, but yeah, it happens.
At the World Championship match, at some point you mentioned that there were a lot of people behind the scenes who were helping you a lot to deal with the different things. Is there anyone here helping you, or you have to deal by yourself to the tough tournament? If you can share as much as you want.
I mean, obviously, I have my, team. Gayu is present here in Prague. He is, obviously, other than the preparation, opening work, he's also someone who I can just share things with, and we've been working together for more than 3 years, maybe. So we have a pretty close bond, and obviously my parents are always a huge support system, and also working with Paddy also kind of helps. Yeah. So he has always been there whenever I needed, especially in tough tournaments. Talking to him kind of gives you some clarity, and having such kind of people who understand what really goes on in a sports person's head is quite nice.
I should use this opportunity to ask this question because so many of our viewers are curious about that. Your glasses. We want to know what is it about and why are not you wearing it anymore?
I recently found out I had some eyesight issue. Yeah, so I'm wearing glasses whenever I'm in the room or something. And first round I did wear it for some time, but it was very recent, couple of weeks. So I'm not fully adjusted to it, and during the game it just felt, because I usually sit like this, yeah, and
it bothers.
And it kind of bothers. Not a huge issue, but I thought, till I get used to it, I better not use it during the game.
I think our viewers found it really nice to see you in the glasses because we had some polls and we were asking people about it, and most of them actually approved that look. So that was, if that matters. The final question, because I don't want to keep you here longer, is about the fans here. Everyone is waiting for you. They are always lined up in the
in the hall before the game and after the game. Everyone leaves when you're leaving. We also sense that there is a security who's trying to follow you wherever you go. So how is it here? How do you find it to meet the fans? And also, is there somewhere when you think like, oh, I need some little bit of peace maybe and some quiet time?
I mean, first of all, I really appreciate all the fans coming here, and in every day there are a lot of people. I really like that, but I mean, one thing I'm sorry to the fans is that, I mean, obviously this tournament is kind of tough for me, and like on some days I just want to be left alone. So I generally make sure that I sign, like give photographs after the game. But here I was not in general not in a great mood. So yeah, I like to apologize for the fans, but the support means a lot to me.
Yeah, that's so amazing. Thank you so much to be so open. Once again, wish you best of the luck for the final rounds, and hopefully, we will see you back in our studio.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I'm so glad that we had the chance to check this interview. Big kudos for Gukesh to join. He feels that he needs to provide some answers for the audience, but I also love the way how Katie has conducted that interview. Many questions were answered, and once again, as it was said, nicely said by Katie and asked regarding his defensive skills. So I think that he's the best. Now it's time maybe somehow to get some new weapons to push, to put the pressure on opponents on this side, and yeah, I believe that for sure he will fight back, and you can remember my words. This year, next year, this time, he will be back to top 5 for sure, maybe even top 3.
Yeah, we're gonna clip that words of yours and predict it for sure. It was so nice to have Gukesh at the interview, and I don't know why this is, I think, some kind of vibes, because we have this beautiful studio, the players are seated, and they like to be very open and not really hide.
It's because of you, Katie.
Oh,
no, it's
thank
not.
you very much.
It doesn't have anything with the studio. It's
I
about
think green
you.
color is very,
Okay.
very calming and opening, and because you have no idea what Vincent Keymer just told me in their interview. I'm coming back from the interview. I don't want to spoil it. I don't know when it will be ready to publish, but this is something that everybody has to watch. And
yeah, I'm looking
it's so
forward.
Nice to see players being so open to share their thoughts.
Yeah, as I said, they see familiar face. Katie, you are present at many top events. They know you. I don't know how to. I cannot help Gukesh in any case, but I can only praise him because, as I said, the way how he speaks, how he behaves, for me, he is a great champion, and I'm very proud that my society, I spent all my life in chess to have that kind of champion. Like, I'm also a big fan of Vichy and many others, also Magnus in other way. So I'm actually only hoping that he comes back and overtakes this tough situation. So big kudos for Gukesh.
Yeah, indeed.
So here 24 moves have passed, and yeah, not much has happened, which is obvious. At some point, if not much will happen for next few moves, yeah, we might leave you with this view and then board. not much to comment. I believe that people will write in chat also some remarks regarding Gukesh interview.
They will say in 15 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, maybe Katie, just to okay, some people was following your stroll around the playing course, stroll around the studio and everything, but just maybe to explain. So once again, players are playing on the second floor, right?
Yes.
We are staying at first, and this interview VIP area is on third.
Third floor.
Hotel has 12 floors. On the roof, on the top, there is a nice bar. When it's sunny, and usually it is, we have very good weather, although foggy in the morning, it's possible to sit at the terrace, enjoy some drink, and in that sense, yeah, we can be very grateful. Petr Boleslav, tournament director, is really trying his best in giving players the best possible conditions.
I cannot agree with you more. Something is very special about this tournament. Once you have visited the event, you want to come back. We have Gukesh here as an example. He has played this event before the candidates and he had good memories and he came back. Now he has a tough tournament, but as Aloysia mentioned, he has to come back and win somewhere at the I don't know, at some point in his career, because I'm sure he is capable to win a lot of tournaments when he's in a good shape.
Yeah, even if he doesn't win, I still think that he is deserved world champion, that he did a lot.
Yeah, there's not even a question about that. Yeah, I don't even like that word. Some people are saying that it's not, guys. Come on, you have no idea how tough it is to win the world championship match and how much these players have to go through. Have been there very close when Dingler won, and
yeah, this is what
only few people has an idea what is happening, and I had not even as close. Access to the players. It's like I was very close, obviously, because I was moderating the match, but still there is so much inside the team.
In tennis, they call this, when you are in a flow, the tennis flow, that you don't notice anything else beside your opponent and the next point. And in chess, I've been to those situations from time to time that your concentration is so high that your friend comes, your family member comes, stand next to your board. I take a look.
Yeah.
He has a feeling that I see him. He saw, and then afterwards, I ask him, when did you come? I was actually playing European Individual Championship, very important last round. I won versus Smirnov. He was 26-50. I won with the black to ended up in a tiebreak of the European Individual Championship, sharing 7th place, blah blah. So I can come to the playing hall with two ways. Katie, I come to the playing hall at that last game, or it was a tiebreak versus Elyanov, and I don't know which route I took. So my concentration is so high at that moment, that focus on the game, that I cannot even explain you. So same goes here. Yeah. Players are really putting a tremendous effort, and regarding the Queen's Gambit series, everything was great except, for my point, this part, how hard is to become the world champion. She is having fun and suddenly let's win this world championship. This doesn't go that way. Okay, so not much is happening. I believe that we should call it a day, but we will, as a commentators, we will leave you with the video. Maybe there are some people from Czech Republic or Hungary who would love to just take a look of the game till the end, but there is nothing to comment here because they will move back and forth. There is no way for black to win with the normal play of white, and they still will need to play something like 20 something moves, right?
That's right.
Yeah. So
this is the position with less possibility of any decisive result.
also, I would like to point out that we don't have contracts with players, and players, I believe, feel comfortable in coming to the commentary to the studio. So, Katie, I would love to thank you, and because with that content, and to all our team who is cutting the videos very fast since they are not live, so we are trying not to interrupt this live games process. Yeah, players feel comfortable, you're asking them right questions, so I believe that viewers appreciate this a lot.
Thank you so much for the feedback, and I have to add from my end that there are so many people behind the scene that are helping us to conduct the interview, because first of all, as we mentioned, we are sitting here on the first floor and the interview is happening on the third floor. So it is such a great coordination of so many people. I don't know, maybe 5 people or even more. We have a group where basically when the player starts to go to the interview, I'm also starting to go to interview, and it happens very fast. So we don't also want them to be too long in the line and to waste their time. So it is actually a huge team that is doing a great job, and also to have to agree the players for the interview. I give the credit to whole team actually.
Okay, so let's call it a day. Fantastic round once again. Not so many decisive games, but still super interesting. Tomorrow we will have the penultimate round, so things are really super serious, and no one can claim the title yet. So be with us tomorrow, and for us, we will stay following game. Enjoy the last moments.
Thank you.